Hey everybody, Roll the Lines UK, Matt, Ant, and Ash in the pre-show, just chatting before we get started. Hope you've had a good weekend. Boys, how you doing?
Doing great. The nerves have calmed down from earlier watching the certain football game.
Yeah, I'm good, cheers.
Yeah, hey everyone, Mike the Marine and Lost Oceans in Twitch and Chrome and Lions Gangster in YouTube. Chrome just saying he's just started his late lunch Cajun turkey sandwich, which sounds top.
Oh,
Yeah, England do progress in the Women's Soccer World Cup on penalties against Nigeria. The game started at 8:30 in the morning, which is not exactly great timing, but excellent stuff by the girls. So hopefully striding on to the title now, because we're the best team left in the tournament, I would say.
I haven't looked. Let's have a look. Hang on.
Well, Germany and America are out, and
Yeah,
those are the two biggest teams in the world
still
historically.
historically, because you got I know Spain and Netherlands are quite good these days.
Geordie just said Japan is the best team left. They have had a very good tournament,
Japan are good. So a lot.
but yeah.
France are
Uh,
good as well.
How did your team start the football league off? Oh, football league. My bad. Non-football league.
you mean bastard.
I didn't even mean that.
We have not even started we have not even started the show and you're with your dictatorial bullying ways. I mean, that's just mean.
You know what's funny is that
No, there's absolutely nothing.
No,
absolutely nothing is funny about
I
that.
didn't even mean to do that. If I'd meant to do that, it would have been better.
You did.
But I didn't even mean to do it.
Your callousness has grown so great that you don't even need to rehearse it no more. That's what this is.
Hey, Yeovil went down below the division below you, so my local side's basically going bust now.
Ah, yeah, but see, you support them when it suits you. For the rest of the time, you're just a glory hunting Liverpool fan. So it's there. It's like, oh, look at me, I support you. Oh no, wait, they're not very good. Now I support Liverpool. We're fine. We're good.
You know.
To answer your incorrectly worded question, though,
How did your season start?
it started by a means I don't wish for it to go on, which is very nervously. We were what 3-2 up in injury time, man up, and they equalised in the 93rd minute, and it took a 100th minute winner for us to win the whole damn thing.
Oh, I love it.
And,
That's great.
And it's like, it's Dorking. Literally, it's absolutely awful. And it's just, I didn't need that much stress in my life at the start of this. We scored one after 20 minutes, but yep, that's it, done. We're good. But no, it's going to be that sort of season.
Well, I mean, I'll take 100th minute winners every single game if it means we win.
True.
Especially given how shit Liverpool's midfield's going to be this year, but
Oh God. I honestly don't know how that feels because watching us improve, especially this last week where we faced two Champions League sides and beat them both, and won a trophy in the thing. We won the Orange Trophy on Saturday.
That's like Pinocchio saying he's a real boy. He's not, is he?
I mean, it's a proper preseason trophy. Valencia have they've played like Real Madrid for it before, Bayern before. It looks shit though.
It is as legitimate as my hairline, Ash, and you know it.
Exactly. Well, because we got drawn to obviously today was the draw as well for our qualifying. We've got either Hibs or some Swedish sides. We're hoping it's Hibs because it's the John McGinn derby then.
Not only that, but it's the interpod rivalry then because Steve he says he's a Man United fan, but really he's a closet Hibs fan. Well, he goes and watches Hibs.
Well, we beat Man United in Emery's first game last season, so.
Can I ask a college football question to you both?
Yeah.
So, I've been listening to the college football podcast, as every rational person should. And
oh God.
No, there's not. This isn't going to be difficult. It's just a conceptual question. Ash just talked about winning a friendly trophy as if it was a good thing, but everyone knows really that no one cares. With college football, there's been a lot of chat when you speak about the coaches who's come on board. Oh, they've got a first-year guy because 3 years in a row they didn't go bowling. Okay, fine. But every single team that matters in college football, I mean, if they've got seniors who are going to the draft, no one plays that game. The bowl game seems to me to be a glorified friendly that no one actually cares about apart from the people who are coming back next year. And even they know the most important thing is to not get injured for the summer. So, do bowl games really matter? Like, do they provide any additional revenue for the teams because it's one extra game until you get a good chunk of money? So the university cares just for that. But otherwise, like, is it a legitimate barometer of how a team is doing? Like, why does anyone actually care? Because it doesn't feel like the players care.
I think there's too many bowl games. It should maybe be because you get loads. Nearly half the teams compete in one, but do they matter? Yeah, and for me, you get quite a few. You get some really good games out there. I mean, I think of what was it, the Rose Bowl before the year last, Utah and Ohio State, amazing. I think back to Tulane and USC, where Tulane beat USC 46-45 in the ball game's just gone. You know, that's Group of Five over Power Five upset. It does mean something. Some of them don't, like the really lower down ones where guys are just like scraping in and they should be, but to a degree, a lot of the top ones do. And I think
Yeah.
I think they're worth playing, and they do give you momentum, you know. And for coaches, it is a barometer of success because you've got to win 6 games, so you're pretty much 500 there. So if you're at a program that expects a lot, bowl games are minimum requirements. If you are, there's a lot of middling teams at the minute, teams who've been bad, Eastern Michigan, Kansas, Duke, all these guys who are starting to win bowl games now. It shows legitimate progress for teams who've not been so good in the past. It's sort of like your halfway house to going up. So it all depends in the context of what it's held. So I mean, like Bama making a bowl game winning 6 games, that's bad. But Eastern Michigan making a bowl game winning 6 games, really good.
I
It
guess
depends on the stature of the team.
I guess I would say if 6 games is the barometer, you go 500 and you go bowling. Well, of course, half the teams are going to be in it then because 500 is going to be the average number of wins. So, would you be for upping the number of games to 7 to make sure that every team that gets a bowl game is a winning team?
I mean, it wasn't last year. I think 4 teams got in who did not have, because you've got to have you can't include FCS teams in your total. So you've got to beat 6 FBS teams to qualify. So
Okay.
and most teams have one FCS on the non-con. Some have 2. So some teams have to win as many as 8 to get in there. But currently, I think there were 4 teams last year who got in via like best of the rest. They were the best 5-win teams or.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Why not
Yeah.
up it to 7 and just reduce the number of teams you get
Yeah.
in? Because it feels like 5 and 7 teams haven't really had a good season. Why reward them with a bowl game? And it feels like 6 and 6 is a bit tenuous to me. Like, you wouldn't be celebrating an 8 and 9 or 9 and 8 season in the NFL, really. And Lions fans shouldn't be celebrating 9 and 8 in a vacuum. Obviously, it was just such a big shift from where they were that it felt like something to celebrate. But Quirky Zerky's just said the bowl games matter because of the flow of money. College football needs to be spaced out like the British football leagues and have 2 or 3 tiers, then have bowl games that reward relegation and promotion. And
Yeah.
I kind of feel that, but isn't there already 4 tiers? There's FBS, FCS, Division 2, Division 3. So there is 4 tiers of football already in college.
There's Division 1, Division 2, and Division 3. FBS, FCS is all classified as Division 1 football.
Yeah, so within Division 1, there's 2 tiers, and then there's Division 2 and Division 3, so there's 4 actual tiers. I know it's all within Division 1, but you wouldn't say FCS and FBS are equivalent because they're Division 1.
Yeah,
Surely.
and even then inside FBS, you've got the Group of 5 and Power 5, which is kind of separate.
Group of 4 now, isn't it? Power 4. You can't have a Power 5 if you've only got 4 teams in the fucking conference.
True.
I mean, and you can. You'd be playing each other quite often. I think you'd have some seriously big non-con schedules. That'd be quite good, wouldn't it? You could win your conference with like literally a 2-2 record.
I was gonna say, but also I've looked it up. Admitted these are for these are for last year as well. So all the bowl games you win some money. So for example, one of the worst ones the Bahamas Bowl. The winner of that gets $225,000. But then you get to some like the New Mexico Bowl, which is over $1 million. Cricket
Wow.
Celebration Bowl, $2 million. Like you do get payouts for it. I think the Oklahoma, so the Cheez It Bowl, so FSU versus Oklahoma, FSU got more than $6 million for winning that.
Yeah, I mean, even like the Bahamas Bowl's a good one because you get a trip to the Bahamas. So it's like it's pretty good for the players. I don't know, that's one of the ones that I'd have on my calendar if I was a guy there. But yeah, they do mean something. But like I said, you are right. A lot of the top players will go. But what it does is it gives a platform for the next group of players who are going to come up next season. It gives them real game experience and allows them to see the field, allows teams to start rebuilding really, because some of these roster turnovers are huge, and even just that one game is big for continuity purposes for them playing in this. And it's like it produces a lot of shocks sometimes. Some of these big Power 5 schools don't take it seriously, but for the Group of 5, it's good stuff. And it's highlights a great season. Tulane won the American last year, and then they beat USC in a bowl game. That is like an incredible season for them. And you get to keep racking up the wins, keep racking up the money. So, and yeah, it's trophies for a lot of teams who don't win them.
Fair. Okay.
It has been 9 years, Ash. So
I know.
Damien Smith just said ESPN owns most bowl games and they need programming late December, which makes sense.
True, yeah.
And Quirky Zerky says Pac-4 is going to merge with the ACC or all migrate to the Big 12. I really feel like whoever's left in the pack is just getting the worst of it. It seems like the deals they're getting offered are just dog shit compared to who's already jumped.
I don't know. Yeah. I still think there's a world that exists where you can merge what's left of the pack with the top of the Mountain West and maybe a few other cast-offs from elsewhere and make a decent conference out of it. Because, the Mountain West has some good big teams in terms of draws. Your Boise State, your San Diego States, they're big draws, big campuses. They've got a lot to offer. So you can make it up to 10 teams again. And then you can replenish the Mountain West with whatever comes of the new FCS conference that wants to move up. There's a world in which it can happen. But, I mean, some of these conferences are going to have to start slimming down eventually now because, I mean, the SEC's at 18 teams, or will be. The Big Ten's going to be at 16 teams, maybe more. And I know they're talking about having the super conferences and that, but I don't really. The whole point of getting rid of divisions is that these teams have to face one another in season. It's not just like the Big Ten recently, where it's been full on, where Michigan and Ohio State just win out for the season, then they face each other at the end. This is the point of no, they might have to face each other earlier in the season, and it brings competition in there. If these conferences are going to get so big where they can create scrub schedules for everybody and still have the big teams miss one another, then there's no point.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that makes sense.
Some of them are going to have to start jettisoning guys. You may even see like the likes of Rutgers and Illinois and places like that sort of get shipped and go somewhere else. And the SEC, they'd have teams who you could start sort of moving along that South Coast and doing bits with there. So I don't think this is over just yet, but it doesn't look good.
On a purely branding perspective, turning the Big 10 into the Big 16 would work because the G still looks like a 6, so you can continue on with the logo. Anyway, minor point. I need a name for the show. I failed again. Any ideas?
What week are we on?
Week 2.
Week 2 of it.
Training camp week 2.
We do.
I'm
trying to think of a Seamus pun because Seamus has been around camp. So,
you're doing. I'm trying to think of Dylan Drummond puns because he's been this week's big standout, hasn't he?
Lost Oceans just said Big 10 is a brand name. I don't see them changing the name no matter how many people join. I mean, I think they will if it makes sense. All of these conferences have had bigger, smaller amounts of teams, and they've all rebranded in the past. And the big, I don't know, Pac-10 used to be, or Pac-12 used to be Pac-10, right? And, they've all changed in history. I don't see why they wouldn't in the future. but maybe not
See-
immediately.
See, you talk about branding. If they take in one more team, say Notre Dame, make it 17, then you could go back to conferences East and West, and you could have an East 17
17.
division
Oh
where you put all the
shit!
where you put all the mediocre teams to represent that. That's where you put Nebraska and Minnesota and everybody.
As soon as I heard 17, I knew where that was going.
See, the fact that it made Ash laugh knows that it's a bad joke, but sometimes I come out with bad jokes. What?
See,
You call it East 17.
Is the Mike McDaniel gif on Twitch?
No, you do not get to use that on me. That's my
reverse card.
Yeah, it's back on yourself. No, see, my level of humor is so high that occasionally I'm allowed to just deliberately be bad. So I don't even think it's that, but it was just a pointer. It was just a pointer. I'm sorry, Mike, you can't say nothing.
Oh wow, that was that was really bad.
Not as bad as East 17.
Oh come on, the white coats and everything was great.
Exactly, yeah.
You could sing that song, I bet. That should be your song for the karaoke.
You said don't bring it up yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's sort of pro my point at the minute, so I can bring it up when it supports my point of view.
Oh, don't leave me alone like this. Don't you say it's the final kiss. Won't you stay another day?
See, the great thing is that could be the Pac-12 theme right now to all the teams leaving.
Oh no, it should be the Commodores. Don't leave me this way.
That is a gift. There's 4 teams left. There's 4 members of East 17, weren't there? There's 4 teams left in the Pac-12. Just draw the logo of each of the remaining teams on it and have them singing it. See, this is like terrific online content. This is why I do the Twitter.
Right. Shall we get... Oh, I need a name. Is there any play with Dylan Drummond and the fact that Andre Drummond used to play for the Pistons?
Oh.
No.
Drummond's back in Detroit. No.
RIPDs.
I learned there was an RIPD 2 the other day. I didn't even know they'd made a second film, but they did.
Yep.
Saw it in HMV. Not ashamed to admit that I like the first one, and I don't care. It's bad. It's good bad. Like a lot of Ryan Reynolds films.
Ken said dogs for miles are howling. I'm assuming it's in response to me. Oh, we need a name, guys. We need a name for the show. I don't have one.
Who thought when they were logging in to watch this Detroit Lions podcast they'd hear Matt singing He's 17 this evening? That is the kind of wonderful content you get on here.
It's the sort of thing you hear over here about 20 times every Christmas. I've listened to the song like 200 times easily. Comfortably. Maybe double that.
See, Matt loves it. And he was trying to ridicule it just to make me look bad, which is that's just not no bueno.
Mike the Marine just said UKGB a cappella 4-pack. Quirky just said it's not supposed to be an A-tier movie. It was a B movie, and it excelled at that.
I like it. I said I like it. See, I've already got my one for this one's college pod this week. It's Pack Soul, folks. Pack Soul, folks.
Anyway, Brian Shook said Little Drummond Boy, which
I like that. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Let's go with that. He wins.
That's really good. I like that.
That is absolutely cracking work from the Shookmeister. Right. Ryan might drop in, as he mentioned, but his dog's getting that. So has to look after the little fella and the dog.
Oof.
Use it. Use his name. It's Hank. Hank is a valued member of our broadcasting team.
He is. He's the MVP.
We're starting a new thing next year with him, where you know how people get like animals to predict results. Remember, like the octopus that predicted all the World Cup results and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We're gonna start doing that with Hank in college football. See how
Imagine if
he
he wins. Imagine if he wins pick watch.
I mean, judging by how all of us did last year.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
I was at the top until the final, like 2 weeks.
No, Ryan was in.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, I was second for most of it. Sorry, you're right. Ryan was top. No, not Ryan. Ryan was second bottom with you most of the year.
No, Ryan said Pierre.
Oh yes, sorry, that Ryan.
Actual winner Ryan. There's more than one Ryan in the world.
You sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Again, back to Ryan Reynolds.
Indeed. Quirky Zerka says, so Matt doesn't have the lasting power needed to succeed. Just ask my girlfriend. Mike Green said Hank's horoscope picks. There we go.
That's nice.
Oh, that's a good shout. That is Hank's horoscopes for college football.
I love it.
Right.
We'll
do it.
Let's
see what record he gets.
Let's get on with the show before I get even worse. Ready?
Steady.
Go.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to another edition of the Royal Alliance UK podcast, episode 208, Little Drummond Boy. My name's Matthew Turner, alongside Anthony Fitzpatrick and Ashley Soden. How are you doing, boys?
Doing good.
Good.
Hope everyone's had a good weekend, and this show is going to be our training camp week 2 roundup. And boys, it's our last main podcast show before pre-season game 1 against the Giants on Friday. We've already had the Hall of Fame game. I know it's pre-season, but are you excited for the NFL to come back? Because it feels like it's coming pretty quick now.
I am so ready.
If I can win my never-ending battle with Dayson so I can watch the goddamn thing, then yes, I will be excited. But until that point happens, then it's not happening just yet. So
I will say the Dayson mobile app seems much, much better than the desktop version. The desktop version is atrocious. The TV app is worse, but the mobile app's kind of okay. And I don't know what to think about it.
Oh, I love it. On the PC, it's great. It's wonderful. It's all I need.
I have the opposite. I have the opposite experience.
It's worked wonderfully. I've got nothing wrong with the actual thing itself. It's just them mofos not allowing me to pay quarterly like I normally do, and I refuse.
Mofos.
I refuse to do the whole thing in one go. I might have to. I mean, if it gets to the day of the game, I have to, then I'll have to. But still,
they've taken mine. They've just taken it. I paid in installments before. They said, "Oh, we'll take it as it was." They've taken my 150 quid, $200 gone. Bastards.
Yeah, they tried it with me as well, and I made the mistake of telling my credit card company, "I'm like, no, don't do it." And now they've like frozen my card, and I'm like, "No, it is a thing. I'm just trying to do it differently." And they're like, "Well, no, you've got to sort it with them now." And it's like, "Oh, for God's sake, this is just a pain." I wish I just said yes and done it, but hey ho, it is what it is.
Just join me on the not reputable sources instead of streaming on DAZN, because it's called DAZN, not DAZN.
Is it?
Yeah, it's called DAZN.
Oh, I'm calling it Dayson.
Because I've bought 1 day passes for it before to stream boxing. Because it's that zone to be on.
I mean, if it wanted to be called The Zone, that's what it should be called, rather than being called Dayson, because that's what it says. So,
pronunciation.
Quirky Zerky just said it's pronounced DAZN, and it's like, yeah, but it's called Dayson, so
we'll pronounce it however we like.
Yeah.
Let's not get started on the whole pronunciation thing, because
I got shade thrown at me this afternoon because I was taking the piss out of Americans, and he was like, "We're right up north," and I'm like, "Fuck off."
Hey, I didn't weigh in.
You didn't imply that. It looked like you were saying it how you would.
No. I said Nottingham. I put ham in Roman capital letters at the end.
Yeah, well, that's because how the posh bastards down south call it as well. So
we call it Nottingham.
Well, you're not far enough down south, but
what do you mean? Anyway, let's get on with the show. A little bit of a.
Well, you could answer the question about why it's double A in Bath when it's not. It's Bath, but it's Bath.
I mean,
you can answer me that question.
Well, the thing is, do you want to have a bath drawn for you, in which case bath is absolutely fine, or if you actually come from the place, are you allowed to call it what you like? That's what I'm saying. Because you got all high and mighty about calling it what you come from up north. I don't know why you'd come down south people about how they say something. It just feels a bit, bit high and mighty of you. Quirky Zerky is well saying some things I can't say on the show. Okay. Anyway, we'll move on. Yes, a little bit of preamble before we begin.
We're an explicit show.
Way off track. Way off track. Yeah, I know, but what is Brian Shook saying? Anyway, if you want to have some fun, go to the YouTube chats, go to the Twitch chats, because it's excellent. Anyway, Discord channel is the place to be if you want to talk to us 24/7, and let's face it, who doesn't? We'll put a link in the YouTube and Twitch chats in just a moment if you want to come and join us. The season is just around the corner and you don't want to miss out on all the good stuff. The community is an excellent place, really. It's full of really nice people who have a lot to say about the Lions and a good amount of analysis, collate all of the news stories from around the league so you can find it all in one place. I really love it. So come and join us there. We're also part of Lions Nation Unite. That's Herman Moore's project to bring the best in Lions content creators together. Join them at their new Facebook group. And College Football Podcast, and you've been doing some great work on that. Let us know what's coming up this week.
We're starting our conference preview of the American this week. So we've got 2 more Group of 5 conferences to go before I have to fit the Power 5 in about a week. But hey ho, we'll get to that point when we go to it. So yeah, American's up this week, and then we've got tons of shows coming up. We're going to be doing an FCS show, a HBCU show, all sorts. So yeah, come check us out.
It's really good stuff, actually. I'm learning a lot. We're not really knowing much about college football other than watching the odd game here or there, especially Group of 5 stuff. So do go and watch that. We are Twitch affiliates. We're YouTube monetized. There's a tip jar and a feedback form in the description on YouTube. So if you've got something to say, if you want to improve the show, you've got some suggestions, or just want to show some love, you know what to do. And we just finished off our tape watching series. The Check the Tape series is now finished. We watched Jahmyr Gibbs yesterday to round off, obviously, the Lions' #1 pick. It's been a good run, mate, the last month or so, checking the tape on these prospects that we've drafted.
Yeah, hell of a lot of fun, and hell of a lot of reason to be optimistic as well. So, yeah, check them out. There's a lot of good stuff to see in there, and we just spend the entire episode slagging off PFF as well, which is always good. So, hey ho, it's Jahmyr is going to be special, so it's just fun to watch him in any game whatsoever, and you get to see some Razorback football in there as well. So added bonus.
Can't be bad. Mike the Marine has subscribed on Twitch at tier 1. That's his 5th month. Cheers, Mike. And he says, "What's your mailing address? I would like to send you guys some stuff. You're awesome." So I'll have to work something out. But cheers, Mike. That's much appreciated. I'll be in touch. Right. Time to get on with the show, and we'll start off with the news. And we've got a lot of roster news this week, boys. Like, a lot. We have signed the tight ends Darrell Daniels and Daniel Helm, the cornerback Tay Hayes, and the wide receiver Avery Davis. Still on PUP is the cornerback Emmanuel Mosley. We've waived tight ends Derek Dees Jr. and Shane Zylstra with an injury. He's reverted to the Lions injured reserve. We've also waived the cornerback Jaron Williams. I'm presuming he's got through waivers, so he'll be on the Lions hire as well. There we go. Yeah, and the edge Zach Morton has also been waived. Returning to play from injury is the tight end Sam Laporta and right tackle Penei Sewell after concussion protocol. And in for a workout at the moment, or in the last couple of days, is guard Ode Ibushi and offensive lineman Bobby Hart. And in other news, Romeo Okwara talked with Carl Meinke from M Live, and he discussed how he had a second Achilles surgery last year. No one knew about it, apart from the guys in the building. No one talked about it. And when Romeo came on super slow, and everyone was like, what's going on with him? It wasn't apparent to us, but clearly things had not gone well. He had a second surgery and eventually ended up coming back from that. And that's why it was so much slower. And in the spirit of that, I am wearing my one-of-a-kind Romeo Okwara jersey today. So there we go. And the big news, the Lions, for the first time, have sold out season tickets in the Ford Field era and have set up a waiting list already for next season. The wrinkle to that is they actually sold out in the first 2 years of Ford Field. However, those were existing ticket holders from the old Silverdome. They didn't actually sell those tickets because they already existed. This is the first time since the number fell below the capacity of Ford Field. They've actually managed to get it back up to capacity. So it's a little bit of jiggery pokery with the old record keeping there with the Lions. But still, it's a big deal. And it shows how far we've come. Boys, lots of ins, lots of outs. And that news from Romeo, as well as the season tickets, there's been a lot going on this week.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell it's coming up to the season now. Moves are thick and fast. Injured players who are not going to have a chance to make it quickly replaced because, you want to have as many guys in the building playing these preseason games, getting these valuable training reps as possible. So, it's a shame for the ones who are injured. Shane, that's just horrible news. Because he fought so hard last year and it looked like he was just starting to get in there. And I know he was going to face a fight to get on the roster this year, but he didn't deserve that. Especially when it's a hit in training, which can be avoided. And it's just like, damn it, it's hard. But in the worst possible way, the injuries that have happened to like the fringe guys. At least the main team has been protected. And I know it's an awful thing to say, but you need those guys this year. And we kind of got lucky because a lot of previous years we haven't. Like last year, Hal got injured and we never got him back and all that. So, yeah, it's tough. Nice to see O'Day back. I have a long, varied history with O'Day. I used to remember the day when I used to harp on about him all the time. He was the penalty machine, always reliable for giving up holding penalties. But then I actually really liked him just before he left. So I'm intrigued. I don't know if he does make the roster, but colour me intrigued because he's been starting while he's been away. For the Chargers, I think it's the Chargers he's been at, isn't it? So he's played good ball there, and the right guard spot is still up, and we need more depth depending on where Sorsdal goes and that. So I'm interested to see if he makes it again. But yeah, outside that, and then the season tickets, that's really good. But for me, it's also like this is because people talk about you take things 1 year at a time. This year's huge, and I put it on Twitter earlier. This is now the biggest season for the Lions in a generation because I don't know if you fail again, if you're going to ever get this sort of buy-in from the fan base again, given where we're at. Everyone is, the players are bought in, the coaching staff is good, the fans are bought in, which is wonderful. Hell, even the national media is bought in. And if you fail this time, then it's not worth thinking about. So it's great that the fans are there, but this is it. This is the year. Win the NFC North, get into the playoffs is an absolute minimum, and anything less could be catastrophic for us. But in terms of news about like the fans and that, it's great to see the fans backing the team. They know a legitimate project when they see it, and this is a legitimate team.
Yeah, as Ant says, touch wood, at least the injuries haven't happened to some major, even obviously we had Penne with the concussion protocol and Sam with his minor ankle injury. But as Ant also said, it takes that point now, you've got to replace them thick and fast because the reason we have all these joint practices we've got this week against the Giants and then next week against the Jags is because that's where teams are going to put all their first team reps now. They're going to put them in situational play in those. When it comes to the actual games, it's going to be the second and third stringers. So for those hoping to see, I don't know, the Jared Goff and St. Brown connection on Friday night, probably ain't going to happen. It's probably more going to be your Nate Sudfeld to your Dylan Drummonds and your Josh Reynolds and that, because they're not going to risk Goff, St. Brown, so all the key players to the potential of getting injured in game time and it costing us, because we saw it last year with Jonah and him having his hand nearly torn off going into Brocker's face mask. We've seen it with Decker getting himself hurt, and then in 2 years ago, and then saw having slowed over to left tackle and was having to play Matt Nelson. It's not good. So it's unfortunate for Morton, especially since obviously he was a rookie, undrafted rookie, had his chance here with us, and it hasn't just worked in a deep edge room. Hopefully he can land somewhere else and get a chance like Hand and the Bruce Hector have, both former line D linemen in the past couple of years who now signed on with new teams in the past couple of days, and getting O'Day Boucher back. It's getting those the guard rotation talk could be coming back because it was notably him and Glasgow that were rotating between series. So are we going to see a Vitae O'Day Boucher going Glasgow guard rotation again, kind of like what we saw last year, but on a more play-to-play basis? Bring that back from the British era, I hear you call. Obviously joking. And yeah, with Romeo, horrific to hear that first Achilles it didn't fix. That's supposedly what it was it didn't properly join at the joints. He had to go and basically have it stitched on again. That's horrific, and it makes sense why this time last year we had not a peep about him. It's because he was obviously going through the recovery, and the team didn't want to sort of put it out there and spook the fans and breach his confidentiality. So hopefully supposedly by training camp reports, he's come back really well and he's making plays again, and we see with the second team. So he can definitely be a rotational piece for us. And then with the selling out season tickets, it's nice to hear that both my teams are selling that out, because my other team, Villa, we've sold ours out and we have a rating list so long that supposedly some people won't even get a season ticket for a good couple of years. So hopefully we can continue being successful, and that's what it's like for the Lions as well. You have to be in a long waiting list and cross your fingers, dot your I's, wish on as many falling stars as you can to get a season ticket and watch a successful team.
Yeah, what about the boys we've brought in, guys? Any hope for them on this roster? Because we were talking in the pre-show. I'm not convinced, personally.
The only one who has a chance is Helm, because of his previous connection to Steve Hyden, our new tight ends coach, because he played in Arizona and is a blocking specialist, which is something we don't really have. Like Laporta, receiving mainly, needs to get up to speed to NFL blocking wise. Wright and Mitchell do have potential to do it, and they have done a bit of it, but it's not what they're really known for. Both of them are more receiving guys. So someone who's a dedicated blocker, kind of like Levine Tololo we had a couple of years ago, someone that's just big. You stick him out as like basically a 6'7" offensive lineman, and all he really does is stand there and blitz people in the run game and then do some things on special teams. That's probably the best way one of them can carve out a role. Avery Davis is obviously I think he's coming off back-to-back ACL injuries. His last production was a couple of years ago with Notre Dame as a slot receiver. He doesn't really have a trot with how Amon Ra, Khalif, Dylan Drummond, who we'll probably get onto later, are performing in the slot. Hayes is just a like-for-like replacement for Williams, who we replaced. They're just special team corners who do have some upside. So I know that Hayes, when he has seen limited production, limited like snaps on the field, he has got a really good coverage grade by PFF, but it's on like 20 snaps in the season. It's not really a big sample size. And then Daniels, same kind of a blocking specialist, played with San Francisco the year that they had Kittle injured, and he's a blocking guy, but he doesn't really have that connection. So it's out of all of them, it's probably Helm that's got the best chance, but even then it's like a 2% chance at best.
I just don't think there's any room on the roster for these guys, unless you're going to take 4 tight ends. You know, Mitchell, Wright, and Laporta are quite obviously taking the first 3 spots. So it depends whether you're going to take a 4th guy after. And, you know, you've got guys like Bindi you can take on who can do a bit more than just tight end 4, who have a bit more they can give the team. And then at corner, you know, you've got Gilly and Starling sort of who are really fighting for those, you know, more depth spots in there already, and it's going to be hard to break in what they're doing, you know, because we've got our starters already in there, and now you've got your depth guys sorted. It'll be tough. It'll be. I think the offensive linemen have the best chance, because there's not a lot of great offensive line depth here at the minute. So if anyone's going to break the ranks, they are. Maybe O'Day more than Hart, but it just depends what you're going to do with people. It's like, if you're going to take Sourcewell as a guard, then you've kind of got a lot of guards already. So, you know, O'Day's probably not got a chance. If you take him as a tackle, then Bobby's probably not going to get a look in. You don't really know, but I feel like them guys have the best chance of cracking it rather than the others.
Right, let's get on with it, because we've got a big show ahead of us. We have been taking a look at all of the roundups from DetroitLions.com, Pride of Detroit, and Lions Wire to bring you what's happened this week at training camp. We've also watched every single press conference this week, and we'll bring you the best of that as well. So let's kick it off with day 8, which was July 31st. And JMO had an up and down practice this time, a few drops, and this is the day where he had a punch swung at Starling Thomas, but actually rebounded after that, scoring a touchdown against Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in red zone drills, and he landed that huge block on Will Harris to free Gibbs. Dylan Drummond had a great day as well, in both team drills and one-on-ones, beating Tracy Walker straight up, which is a hell of a thing for someone of Dylan Drummond's pedigree. Hutch and Branch continue to dominate in camp. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson also had his best day of camp so far, making 3 pass breakups in the red zone session, which is exceptional. And he hit on Gibbs himself in team drills. And Rawson Brown continued to have a good camp, but had a couple of drops on this day, which is really unfortunate, and he was quite upset with one in particular. And this is where Shane Zylstra was hit by Khalil Dorsey, which ended up with him being waived. Going into day 9, which was August 2nd, Iffy was dealing with a knee injury, which is unfortunate. JMO had a big day, so after everyone started throwing shade at him on Twitter, he rebounded in a big way, had multiple catches on the day. One was a massive play downfield versus Cam Sutton for 50 plus and a touchdown. Otherwise, a really good D for the defense in general. Hutch got a knockdown at the line. Barnes got a PBU, I think. Alan Saloni should have had an interception. Savion Smith did get 2 interceptions, and Gilmore got 1 as well. Jerry Jacobs got a forced fumble, and Julian Aquara didn't actually make the rotation at the edge position whatsoever. He didn't make the 3rd team rotation, which is worrying for his prospects at that point. But more on him in a little bit. That's halfway through the roundups, day 8, day 9. Boys, what do you make of all of that so far? It was very much a JMO-dominated narrative those first couple of days.
Yeah, I'm sick to death of the JMO stuff. It's like, this is training. They have good days. They have bad days. Stop looking for excuses to have a go at him and bring him down. Even when he's throwing punches, I mean, it's happened every single year Dan Campbell has been here. These are, Dan gets his guys pumped up, they're hyped up, they're aggressive, they want to win, and that fuels emotion. And, when you get a play where all it'll take is someone just to tick you off a little bit wrongly or for something to happen, and it blows over, and you know what happened next day? Forgotten about. You go out again, you do your job, it's great. But because there seems to be a section of media and people out there who just want to rag on him constantly, this is where I have problems with people who have critiques about people. You ruin your legitimacy when you just complain about them. No one talked about the hit, as in the run block hit. We know JMO, we've seen JMO do it on an NFL field where he is a guy and people can try and make him out to be a diva and that. He's the first wide receiver to get in the trenches and start laying hits down for his teammates, a guy who is going to work for the cause. He's selfless, whilst maintaining that ego about him that an outside wide receiver of his stature, of his going to be, needs to have. You've got to have both. So please, just stop ragging on him for no reason. You saw the day after how good he is and what he can do. There was the big 50-yard one. There was the toe drag one that he beat Cam Sutton on as well. I don't know if we're talking about that later, but I'm just remembering off the side of my head the way he got the separation to the sideline, toe drag in. That's what he's going to be great at, because Cam's a really good corner. And in that little bit of room he had yards. You couldn't even see him in the shot when he was making the catch. That's how good he can be. So wonderful as far as JMO is concerned. And like I say, it's all part of it. Amon-Ra dropping catches. We all know that when it comes to the season, Amon-Ra is going to make catches because of how he trains and how he performs. And this is what happens in training. But lots of guys are showing out. Lots of guys are doing well. You can just tell it's really competitive. For the first time in forever, these are two sides who think they're evenly matched, who've got lots of skill in there, and they're trying their best to outdo one another. And that's what creates great teams, which is absolutely wonderful. And the last point I'll make of note, I told you about Julian. People call me a hater. No, he's done.
Yeah, to sort of hook on to Ant's last point first, it's something that Dan himself spoke on. I want a press conference, probably come on to it later, but I'll bring it up now. Julian is the very definition of a streaky player. So we'll come on to it later. I think it was the last practice session he had an interception. Other than that, he hasn't really done that much. He has that one flash of doing something good, that you've seen it in the past couple of seasons when he's been healthy. He has a game where he might get like 3 sacks, and then the rest of the time he's as invisible as the Invisible Man. Like had all the upside coming out of Notre Dame. I remember before he had that Fibia break, at the start of that season, he came out. He was in PFF's like top 10 in the mock drafts and that getting drafted by us. Admittedly, we got him later because he had that broken fibia and he fell to us. But he had all the physical talent in the world. He just hasn't unfortunately been able to put it all together. So he probably turned out to be one of those guys that we eventually cut, and then he goes on to another team and maybe shows little spots of things, but he's just going to be a bit part player at best for other teams. And for me, the big standout, obviously, because I've been carping on about him in the Discord and everything, is Dylan Drummond. This is a guy who one of the beat reporters put out a story of him a couple of days ago. Wasn't drafted, wasn't even a UDFA. He just got one tryout from us because he was a local guy. And now look at him. He was mentioned this morning on national TV, on NFL Network, as someone to watch in these preseason games. That's how much of a rise this guy's had. And it just shows how good Holmes kind of is for spotting talent and the local area scouts now. This is a guy who obviously shows some stuff at EMU. We've brought him in. He's proven it against NFL caliber talent. And now he's getting his shot. He legit could be our wide receiver 5-6 going into the season. While James on suspension, this guy could see a good 20, 25 snaps a game as a sort of slot and Z receiver, which would be great for a guy who, as I say, wasn't even the UDFA. So I'm really excited for this guy because he can do stuff on special teams as well. And we all know how much I love our special teams. Mm-hmm. And yeah, JMO getting slated. There's a particular analyst, should we say, of the NFL who remember when he saw that, he retweeted the thing and says, this is not good from a team that's expected to do a lot, but this is the only guy who can do stuff in the vertical game. Did he mention the block? No. Even when I replied to it saying, if you want proper look, here's the stuff from the local beat reporter. Then on day 9 where he had the game, did he tweet anything about it? No. It's one of those where everyone has to make a stink and put their 2 pence in, but as soon as he gets proven wrong, it's swept under the rug and never mentioned again. Admittedly, that guy, as we all know, has personal ties to us because he's a fan of the green and yellow team and they can never do any wrong. And we're big stinkers. Like, I know he does his roster recap things every season. He's put us as the 19th best team in the NFL and say we're overhyped and everything. But JMO is going to come, when he comes back from suspension, hopefully he's just going to come back, show everyone why he's a first-round receiver, and then all these people are going to have to line up and eat their hats. And it's going to be a great day for Hatters because they're going to get a lot of money because obviously people eating them, they're going to get new ones.
Right, moving it on to the second half of this week and August 3rd, scrimmage day. So what would have been at Ford Field, but due to SummerSlam, was actually just in their normal training camp area. Benson was carted off on the day, although apparently he escaped a major injury, which is good. Defense started strong and offense came on late. They did 14 different scrimmage series. In the first 7, they ended with 2 interceptions and a turnover on downs, 3 field goals and a touchdown. The last 7 went for 5 touchdowns, a field goal and a turnover on downs. So it was really a tale of 2 halves on the day. Hutchinson got 3 sacks. There were also sacks from Romeo Okwara, Brian Branch and Jalen Reeves-Maybin. Tackles for loss for Romeo Okwara, Broderick Martin and Kirby Joseph. PBUs also for Sutton, Anzalone, Nowaski, Romeo Okwara and Derek Barnes, who tipped it for a Savion Smith interception. That's interceptions and Savion Smith 3 in 2 days, which is really good for him. And actually, just a question, where were we? By Mike the Marine saying, is Savion in over Iffy because of injury history? So Savion, Iffy did get dinged up earlier on in the week, and I think that's why Savion has had so many reps, but they've really been repping interchangeably throughout camp because they're both fighting for that safety 3 spot. And while Iffy did have the inside track on it, it does look like Savion is making up the ground, especially with Iffy just somehow always seeming to carry an injury, which is a shame. Finishing off this day, McNeil got a knockdown at the line, but Aaron Rouse and Brown had a bounce-back day with lots of catches. Touchdowns were scored on the day by Monty, Wright, Kabinda, Drummond, and Justin Jackson, who had the pick of them. Going into August 5th, Mosley was in attendance for the first time since camp opened. Mims got dinged up after making a great catch, as well as Jameson and Jameson and Jamar Jefferson were injured on the day, which is a shame. Ragnow and Melifonwu did come back from injury. Lions did an interesting thing actually a couple of days ago on this day. Created static teams for offensive skill players. So Montgomery always rep with the ones, Gibbs always rep with the twos, and Craig Reynolds always rep with the threes, just as an example of what was going on. And instead of subbing in and subbing out every play here or there, allowing each player to kind of get into a bit more of a rhythm, which is a bit more of an in-game type of expectation. And it really did end up apparently helping Jameer Gibbs specifically. So allowing him to take each snap in a series, he kind of got that chemistry with Sudfeld. It's 2 or 3 in a row with him. And then his situational work, he scored a touchdown over Malcolm Rodriguez on a wheel route from Goff when he did go back in the situational work with the ones. Although Gibbs apparently struggled in pass protection, he was beaten by Jalen Reeves-Mabin twice in a row. In individual drills, Gibbs was seen working out with the wide receivers, not with the running backs. That shows you what the team is really prioritizing with him. For the ones, Goff's connection with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Laporta is really starting to show. He basically only targeted them in some of the situational stuff. It kind of just kept going that way. And, they are reliable people who get separation, which obviously is what Goff really, really treasures. On defense, Branch and Sutton both had good days, getting an interception in the same series as each other. Chase Lucas and Julian Aquara also had interceptions, and Julian Aquara also got a sack. Houston had a real Jekyll and Hyde day too. He got beat by Darren Paolo twice, but then beat Sewell all ends up and got a pressure against Jermaine Ifedi, and Hutch continues to be Hutch, which is all we've heard throughout camp, that he is just a walking, talking sack machine. Boys, this is where we're up to now with joint practices starting, I think, tomorrow. So what do you make of that second half of the second week of camp?
It's just super competitive, It's good that the defense will win for a while, then the offense comes back. It just shows that both sides of the ball are sort of going away when things are not going well. They're thinking about it, they're coming back, and they're correcting their mistakes. And that's how you keep getting better. And it just feels like we're in the game now where they're one-upping one another. And that's a good thing, because again, it just drives the competition levels right up there. So, it's just been great from start to finish, really, ever since they started just with not in the pad stuff. The offense was great to start out with. That's what you wanted it to be. And now you're starting the defense, starting to find its rhythm, starting to find its identity a little, getting used to playing with one another, starting to make these plays. And that's what you get with it. And, it's the same type of trajectory you'll have in the preseason games. It'll take a bit of time, but they'll get there and they'll find their way. So as far as practices have gone, I think they've been great. And again, with individual highlights, and I'm not worried about these things. Again, I'm not worried if Houston gets done by Darren Paolo. It's training. It's there for a reason. It's there to work out all these kinks in your system. So individually, I'm not too fussed as much as just seeing the team working well in unison together. So I've been very happy with what they've done.
Yeah, same. So I remember hearing from Eric and Jeremy on their recap thing about as we said, the connection between Amon-Ra, Goff, and Laporta and Gibbs, because on those series, wasn't it something like it was like pass to Amon-Ra, pass to Laporta, incomplete to Josh Reynolds, pass to Gibbs. Those three are going to absolutely tear people apart when it comes to actual games. Just having them three, Goff on the field, and then pick your choice of outside receivers, basically. Hopefully, with some of the outside receivers really get the chemistry, because it's them that have struggled. The inside guys are the guys we mentioned. Drummond, Bright's had some good plays. Montgomery's had some good plays as well. Justin Jackson, obviously, with that real route. All the sort of inside, like between the numbers guys, the guys that kind of everyone expects Goff to do well for solid reputation, have been hitting the ground running. It's those outside guys that are really needing to catch up. It kind of makes sense in a way, since obviously Marvin's new to the team with Goff, and some of the other guys haven't been around. Reynolds is the concerning one, because that was his calling card on this roster was, oh yeah, I'm the guy that Goff has a really good connection to. If he's flopping, then maybe he's more at risk than I was expecting, because I was a big advocate for him sticking around. It's concerning, but the defense showing up on both days as well is really good because, well, as Eric said on his recap thing, maybe it's because we're expecting the defense to be so bad that they're flashing when actually it's more 50-50. But because everyone's making plays, Unicorn's making plays, Rodriguez making plays, Derek Barnes made plays as well as some bad ones, obviously with the falling over last week. Those are sticking out more to reporters and that than the offense doing stuff. So maybe it's just confirmation bias in a way, sort of we expect the defense to be so bad that when they do good, we pick up more of that than when the offense makes a good play because we expect that kind of thing. So, but it does seem back and forth, and that's what we want. We want training camp to be sort of like that. And now tomorrow when the Giants roll into town, we'll see which side actually is doing better because it'll be all new players. Frank will hopefully have a really good week this week because he's having to go from blocking Neil, Martin, and Bugs to blocking Sean Robinson. Like, what a downgrade of people to go against. I know he's got to go against Dexter Lawrence, but if he can handle McNeil, he can definitely handle Lawrence and he can handle Sean Robinson. So it's going to be a good little test for us, sort of us going up against their D line, which got some good players like CJ Villari on the edge, Thibodeau on the edge. That'll be good tests for Decker and for Saul. Their secondary has a few decent players for the Goff and that's tear apart. And then their offense, obviously, going up against Saquon Barkley, Daniel Bellinger, who's obviously a Lions favorite last year in the draft. He'll be back healthy and be able to test our secondary depth. The linebackers will get a proper test with Barkley in those as well. It's going to be a really good thing to watch.
Hopefully Barkley has PTSD from last year. He knows what this team's all about.
He'll be fine. He can go to sleep on his bed of dollar bills.
Dollar bills.
Right, let's crack on with the press conferences. And we kick things off with Aaron Glenn on July 31st. Talks about Jack Campbell, says he comes from a program where he was coached really well. He's a very serious operator and he takes his job seriously. His ability, physicality, and skill set are why he was drafted, but he's still learning on branch. He said, we're mixing people with different teams because we don't want people going with the same guys each time. So don't read too much into him repping with the ones, and we're going to keep doing that, i.e. keep moving people about. On Pascal, he said, I'm really excited for him. He didn't get a chance to go through an off-season program last year. He's been able to do that now, and we're seeing the fruits of that show up. He's going to be a really good player. On James Houston, he said he's done really well so far. He's been working his butt off to improve, and I like where he's at. On Broderick Martin, he said he's impressed me so far. It's not easy going against Frank, but you've got to put him in the matchup to see how he's doing and help him progress. On Levi, he said, speaking as a player, having that back injury, to come back and be able to fight, strain and grind, it feels good for him. It feels good for us to see him. He had a situation where his back got bent back quite a bit, and my reaction was, but he just got straight up and on to the next play. That tells him I'm okay. I said to him, if you're going to do this, let's go all in. He said, I'm with you, coach. And that showed up in practice, especially on that play. He's got a way to go, but I like where he's at. On Mosley, he said it's been in every meeting mentally. There will be a physical adjustment when he gets back, but he's a pro and I've got no worries about that. On the defensive line coach, John Scott Jr., he said, he was on the Jets when I was there as a scout. You want to make sure that you've got the right guy as trenches coaches, and he's ticking all the boxes. And I've seen him around coaches that coach like that all the way through my career. And on the UDFAs, they've been brought in by the guys. He said, our personnel guys do a hell of a job finding these guys. Starling, he's physical, can run, highly competitive, raw, similar to Jerry. He has a way to go. We're not locking him into the roster, but we've got to give him a chance with the ones just to see how he does. Now, boys, that's a long old interview that he gave, and there's a lot of good stuff in there. For me, the thing that really sparks my brain into action is about Levi, because he didn't say, as a coach, I like where he's at. He said, trying to relate to him as a player, I'm glad he's repping. He didn't really want to comment on him at all in terms of his prospects of making the roster or how he's progressing as a player. It was more just, I'm glad he's here. Which I wonder if that's telling in terms of how Levi is really progressing, in terms of what his prospects are for making the 53, but we'll see. It was a long old interview. What did you pick out from this?
Me? Oh, go on, you go first.
No, sorry, you go, Ash.
I was going to say, for me, obviously, I spotted the guys I'm really I'm really high on. So Branch, it's obviously we've heard it from all the practice reports day after day. He's constantly making plays. So for get Glenn to sort of come out and say, yeah, we're mixing with different teams and that just to get him in different situations. That that's what we want. He's a highly cerebral player. Him being able to play well with the firsts, with the seconds, all these different players, and still go out there and make plays is really good to hear. And obviously we're all excited to see what he can do because it's looking more and more likely that the team might cut back on other player snaps like Tracy to get him on the field because he's just showing out that much. And how, again, like we've said it with Amon Ra before, how the league let him fall to us is a complete and utter mystery. And they're going to look back in a couple of years and just absolutely slap themselves silly because we'll have an absolute dog on our hands. Same with Josh Pascal. I know last year, obviously, he was recovering from the sports hernia, didn't get to practice. I was a bit inconsistent, but he's been making plays in this camp and he has a real shot as the sort of big DN2 who can slide inside and passing downs to really make some plays this year. We saw what Kaminsky could do last year, and Pascal has a bit more athleticism to him and is a bit rawer. So imagine what could happen with VO development for him. And then, yeah, for me as well, John Scott to sort of connect that. I didn't put those two and two together when we first hired him, but to have probably explains a bit why we got him. Because obviously, I know he was really good at Penn State, at South Carolina, developing players. But knowing we had that connection, it makes a bit more sense now how we managed to sort of get that coup and get him in by sort of Glenn using his contacts, which bodes well for him if things go well this year, because obviously he might finally get that head coaching job he's always getting linked with. And at least he's kind of got the connections there to get himself a staff, kind of like how Dan has.
Yeah, it's kind of what I expect to hear about most of these guys. I mean, the one that really always just sticks out to me at the minute is Broderick, because, they all talk about Broderick and, they're very sort of, he's got a long way to go and that he's got to do this and he's got to do that. But what you never hear them say about him is he's never had a bad day. He's never under, he's never gone under expectation. He's always doing better than what they expect, despite the fact they know he has a long way to go. And you get the same vibes with Broderick as you did with Malcolm last year. It's like Malcolm came in really hot in the offseason and worked really hard, but then you were like, Kelvin was always tempering expectations for him, and Malcolm just carried on getting better and getting better and getting better, despite them always trying to play down. And I'm just getting the same vibe with Broderick at the minute. Dan's talked about him, Aaron's talked about him. They're all talking about him, and it's always he's doing better than we thought. He's doing really well, and you see, the pictures of him with Bugs doing extra training on his techniques. We know the pad level is the big concern with him at the minute. He's playing a little too high, and hell, God knows how many players do that coming out of college. It's something you've got to really learn at the NFL level. I don't think that many guys truly come up and are elite with their pads. But you can see he's grinding. You can see he's putting the effort in. And I think it's taking even them by surprise how well he's doing. And he's not going to start right away like Broderick, like Malcolm, but he's going to work his way into the rotation. And I think he's going to surprise a lot of people this season, and it encourages me when I hear this stuff about him. So yeah, I really like what I hear about Broderick nearly every single week there. With Levi, I don't think it's an indicator of where it's at. I think this is a guy who's been out for years, and they're not just going to say, oh yeah, he's playing like a first teamer when he's back from injury. He's not going to. It's going to take time with him. He's coming off one of the most serious injuries you can have as a D lineman, and him saying he's happy to have me around and he's playing and he's training. That is all I expect from him right now. I expect him to be out there doing reps, doing the work. It's going to be preseason where we truly see what he's capable of and what he can do. And if he comes into these preseason games and starts making plays, that's when you start to take notice. I don't have any issues about him saying where he's at the minute. Again, I wasn't expecting to hear different at this point. The mere fact that he is still training and, he's defying everybody. People keep thinking that he's going to hit some sort of roadblock and, the injury is going to come back, something's going to happen. But we've seen multiple times now he's taken big contact in practice. He's arched that back a lot, a lot of pressure put on it. Still going, still playing, No injuries so far. He's doing well. So I almost look at it as a positive that, again, he's on expectations. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in there. It just seems overwhelming to me that the players are doing really well at the minute. That's what you want.
Going into the 3 player interviews on this day, and I'll just remind everyone that this was the day that Jameson Williams threw a punch, so that kind of got featured in a few of the questions for the other guys. So we start with Marvin Jones, and he said, "It's feisty, but we're still together. It's like brothers. We'll be there for each other, with each other. It's camp, and that's what it's supposed to be." He said it's a completely different vibe to the last time I was here. The camaraderie is there. It's fun to be in meetings. It's a great time. The football was more fun when everyone is together. And on golf, he said, he's got great anticipation. You better get your head around when he's running your routes because it's coming at you. Jonah Jackson, I'll go to him then, and then I'll just take my breath before Jameson. So for Jonah, he said he had a great off-season, had a baby, got married, getting things done. With Graham, he said the room was a little bit funnier now that he's in the building, a bit more jokes. Jared, he said he's always been a vocal guy, a leader. He's exciting to watch, great in pressure moments, and I'm excited for him. On Broderick, he says he's coming along, getting a lot better, playing more with leverage and hands. It's less chaotic for him now than it was in the spring. It's slowing down for him bit by bit. He said, I'm working on consistency in my technique. Everyone can do it once, but for him, it's how many can you reel off in a row before you make a mistake. On Aleem's weight loss, he said he's faster and actually stronger after the weight loss and putting on the muscle. And on Hutch, Kamish, and Aleem, he said they're all like vicious attack dogs. Boys, Jonah Jackson, Marvin Jones, just coming across as absolute consummate pros, but all singing from the same hymn sheet when it comes towards the camaraderie and the vibe and the brotherhood of the team.
There's Martin again. It's even everybody talks. I did specifically mention him, but as for Jonah, I get more strong in my belief on this day by day. Give the man a contract right now. Give him a deal and don't even try and risk losing him to the market because he is critical to this team. It's when he lists off the guys there, he's like in training, and you don't hear anything bad about Jonah in training. Like I can't remember in the 3 years of him been here now, even when he was a rookie, I don't remember hearing bad things about him struggling, having off days. He's just been like consummately a great pro since he started, and he just trains very hard. He's very dedicated to his craft, and it shows on the field. It's like, give the man a deal now. He's had such a wonderful summer. Just top it off with the cherry on the cake and then let him go out there with the freedom to play and really be the dominant guy that he is on this line. Let's not play games with this with Jonah. He needs to be a Lion long term, and he needs to be a Lion long term tomorrow.
Yeah, completely agree. Like, I know there has been rumblings this past week that Brad is working on a contract extension for him. And as I say, get it done, because we saw how much Chris Lindstrom and Ben Powers got in the market this season. Jonah could easily get that much somewhere else. So you'd right. And he is, as you said, he may never be like a Quentin Nelson level guard who never get that sort of splash. He's great. He's a good left guard. Remember, he made the Pro Bowl. I know the Pro Bowl isn't that much, but he made it a couple of years ago. And we saw what happened last season when he was out injured. The whole O-line suffered as a consequence. I know it's great. It's great having the 2 bookend tackles. It's great having the best center in the league, but your guards also need to be good, because quite a lot of our running happens in the A gaps, and we have them pulling. So you need to have guys there who know what they're doing. And he's even goes, I heard it from Decker, I think it was, on the Tim Twentyman podcast. Jonah goes to other people. He goes to Sorsdal and asks him for help. He goes to Penne. This is a guy who's been in the league a couple of years now. He's still trying to learn, still trying to get that better. As you said, working on consistency, learning how to pull better. These are things that you wouldn't think he would need to work on, but he still wants to get better at them because he wants to be the best player he can be, which is great. And obviously hearing from him as well about Aleem, just God help the guards and centers to go up against this season with him being so great, with Martin getting it already, having the sort of raw physical stuff and the sort of technique and that coming together for him. Bugs, good late season. Benito's made some plays in camp so far. Levi's had a couple of tackles for loss and a couple of sacks. We're going to have and then obviously with Pascal, Hutch, Kaminsky all able, and Roma all able to kick inside as well. We're going to absolutely tear offensive lines apart. And then we've got the sort of Marvin, who's a consummate professional as well, coming back and saying things are different, which is great to hear from someone who obviously went through the bad times with us in terms of regime, having to put up with Patricia, having to put up with Tate and Kenny, sort of getting pushed aside, and all the emphasis was on him. And as much as the Vikings think they're still there, he's back to remind them who their real daddy is. Because you remember when he was back here with Stafford, he was always good for about 150 yards and 2 touchdowns on them. And they don't have Patrick Peterson or that anymore. So he's just going to absolutely tear them apart when we face them.
Yeah, we need to get a deal in place for him because the projected franchise tag for offensive linemen is $23.8 million. There is absolutely no way we can afford that. No way we can pay him that. Like, I do not want to be paying Jonah that average value generally. Like, 4 years, 93 million would be bad. I think we could lock him up for less than that. So I don't want to have him for 1 year on that tag when we can do better than that on a long-term deal, especially when he wants to be here and we want him here. Shouldn't be that hard, so get it done. Just want to bring you the news of what Ash has just put in our Discord, which is the Lions announcement about the alternative game broadcast for the preseason game on Friday, and then I'll get on with JMO's interview here. But if I cannot get access to this alternative broadcast in the UK, I'm going to be pissed, and you will not hear the end of it. Because on the alternative game broadcast, it will be led by Peter Schrager, and the special guests will include Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Gary Danielson, Glover Quinn, Golden Tate, Jalen Rose, Kirk Gibson, Darren McCarthy, Dave Burkett, and Stacey Dales. Let me watch that fucking show. That sounds awesome.
At the same time, we should be promoting our own alternative broadcast of the game, Matt. This is just another competitor for us.
I will be watching the show on stream, and I don't know if you boys will be awake, but
I will be staying up. I know I have to get up at 4, so I'll just basically sleep all of Friday and then just work through.
Fair.
You'll have me doing my usual antics on special teams.
Love it. Brent's just challenging me, saying how much can we afford to pay Jonah?
Oh.
The thing is, I think it's absolutely fine to say that he's super important for us and he's still not setting the world alight. I do not think he's up there as an all-pro player. I don't think he's ever shown that. But it's super important to us that he stays because he's a super reliable guy. So what does a player like that get paid? I would stretch to 18 mil average annual value. So 4 years, 72. And heck, I'd make half of it guaranteed, say 40. 40 mil, 10 mil guaranteed each year. 4 years, 40 mil guaranteed, $72 million total. Something like that. I don't know, what about you boys? What would you be willing to pay Jonah to stay? Because there's got to be a line somewhere, right? You're not going to pay him 30. So you got to have a line.
Yeah, sounds about right. I was looking, we've got about 45 mil of cap space right now going into next year. So we can definitely afford an extension, something like that. I'd say about that 18 mark. I'm trying to look now to see where.
Well, I mean, he'll play out this year on the final year of his rookie deal, won't he? So it doesn't affect this year. And then you'll put him back afterwards. But I disagree. I think good offensive linemen are hard to come by. And you do have to pay them well when you get them because it's very easy to downgrade. And we know better than anybody some of the shite guards we've had over the years that you could have the best tackles in the world, but if you don't have a functioning line with 5 good guys on it, it soon breaks down. And this team relies entirely too much on that offensive line. One, to keep this run game going and keep our 2 studs going, and the other to keep our quarterback, who is a little susceptible under pressure, playing his best game. So he's worth 16, 17 million a year, easy doors. And I would be giving him 16, 17 million a year quite happily. Because as Eric said when he was on months ago, we have a good system here where our guys are getting paid year by year, not all at once. So you can structure your deals in a way that makes it cap friendly, even if you're paying them quite a bit. Because Frank's deal is coming up eventually. Taylor's deal is going to come up. Penne's not going to get paid till next year. So I'd rather they pay him a little bit more. If they go a little over that, I'm not going to complain at a bit. Because again, the whole point here, and what Brad is selling here, is you create your team through the draft. You don't let your players walk away. Otherwise, what the hell's the point? You've got to keep these guys here, and you've got to make it a point of emphasis. Otherwise, all these other guys coming up through the ranks, they go start looking elsewhere. They ain't going to sign new deals here. They don't want to be on a team with bad players. So I give him 16, 17 very, very happily, and I guarantee a lot of it because he's worth it. Steady guards, above average steady guards are really hard to find in this league.
Ken Stauder says I'd go to 12. McSperiment says I'd hope we could get him for 15. So that's what some of the guys in our chat think about it. Let's move on to Jameson Williams, also on July 31st. So credit to him, by the way. Massive credit to Jameson for having the day he had. He knew that there would be chat about what happened earlier on in the day. And again, he stood in front of the reporters and took his medicine like an absolute champ. So he said, it's great to have all the fans out here. Gives the practice a bit of a game type feel. He said, I just want to be a great teammate for my guys, bringing great energy and doing my best. He says that having a cornerback that chats back to me makes me up my game to the next level. So he said he kind of enjoying that sort of back and forth with Starling Thomas. He said, I'm guessing the same practice as the whole team, so there's no urgency in the sense with the suspension coming up of trying to fit in all the reps now before he can't practice with the team anymore. On Marvin Jones, he said he's like a big brother. He's taken me in, giving me tips, including all the off-field stuff that he's done with me as well. On Amon-Ra, he said he's a warrior, never takes a rep off. I love playing with him. It's inspiring to me. On the fight, he said, we won't do it in a game. I know it's a 15-yard penalty, but it's practice. We get rowdy, but we talked it out, and we're good on the next play. He said, whilst being suspended, I'm going to ship my trainer out here. We're going to get my head in the playbook and just keep up to date. He said he's got good chemistry with Goff, and things have been looking real good. And he quoted Ben Johnson saying, no block, no rock, in reference to his block for Jahmyr Gibbs, opening up that hole for him in that practice. It is something to throw shade at the guy when he goes in and tries to have a fight. I get it. It's an understandable reaction, especially for a guy who, I think there's been some legitimate worries about him. I would say that the worries are overblown. But I think to say you have absolutely no worries about him is maybe underplaying it too. So I get it. But if you have a look at the character of this guy, the ban happens, it's his first opportunity, comes out in front of the press, owns it like an absolute stud. And then when this happens, explains it away very, very easily, and actually got reminded in the chat by, I think it was Quirky Zerky, saying in year one of this regime, there was a fight between Amon-Ra St. Brown and Ifeatu Melifonwu. I think it was in the first year of this regime. Dan Campbell said he absolutely loved it. So, this regime has previous for not hating on this sort of thing anyway. So, not a big deal. And JMO the next day came and bounced back anyway. It's been a big, big thing for him.
I'll just very quickly, I'll be bluntly honest. I don't want some sort of cook who's going to sit there and watch himself get screwed. I want a guy who's got passion, who's going to go out there and bully opposition players. And that sort of fire and passion JMO shows, he'll give that to the opposition in spades. It's what we've seen Penne do with Aaron Donald. I want these guys to get up in people's faces, to get under their grill, to be passionate about it. I don't give a damn that he's thrown a punch at Starling. Like I said, Starling doesn't care. For that is a win for Starling Thomas, to know that he's got under the superstar wide receivers. Knows he's gotten in there. He's in his head. He's working on him. It's a win for him. JMO calmed down, came back, got his own back. All part of the process of training. I mean, there'd be no point in training if we expect them to all do it perfectly straight away. Why bother? Just send them into a game and expect them to do it. Whole point of camp. I love the fact of what happened and that it's so aggressive and so pumped up. So keep doing it.
As I say, well, two things. Number one, it's just kind of breaking news. I'm sorry to break your heart, Matt, but the alternative broadcast is location restricted. You won't be able to watch it.
Sounds like someone needs a VPN.
True.
Woo-woo.
And then number two, we don't even have to go back to the first show of the regime to go for a fight that everyone picked up. I'm flashing back to 2 weeks ago where on a running drill, Starling Thomas swung a punch at Jeremy Defetti. Completely different vibe to everyone then. When it was the plucky young unrestricted free agent going for a lone lineman and running play, everyone loves it. But because it's our first round receiver who's had a few character issues beforehand, suddenly it's been blown up and, oh my God, he can't throw a punch. What, like, similar situation completely. It's the same player involved, even Starling Thomas. It's just how he is. He's a fiery guy. He got it to a Fede. He's got into JMO's head. That's what happens at camp. There's fights probably every single week. God, there was one, we were hearing it when the first couple of Jets practices, we're having 4 or 5 fights a day at the camp. Not much was made of it there. Though I will say most of the time, Jermaine Johnson was the one taking most of the punches because he's absolutely ripped apart their O-line. But that's by the by. But yeah, again, credit to JMO for coming out and sort of owning it and facing the media. I think it was Eric and Jeremy saying it that he didn't see media trained, and that's a good thing because obviously, if it was someone like, I don't know, I'd hate to, it's not ragging on him, but someone like Hutch, he'd probably come out and sort of give the media trained answer. Jeremy just came out and was just himself and was completely honest, and that's the kind of thing you want from that kind of guy. And I do have all the hope in the, obviously we have a few worries, but I have all the belief in the world that when the suspensions happened and he comes back, he'll hit the ground running. As he says, he's flying his trainer out. This is someone that's worked with Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs, all these big names. Who else to sort of have dedicated 3 weeks, because he has the 3 weeks off, then he can train for 3 weeks and then suspension's fully over. During those 3 weeks, who better for him to work with than work on the route running, work on those little intricacies to make things easier for Goff? And he can come back, practice, get that chemistry back with Goff for 3 weeks. Week 6, hits the ground running, and then I'm not going to say he's going to get 1,000 yards or anything big, but I won't be surprised if there's a couple more instances of that famous first catch where he absolutely burned the Vikings. I won't be surprised if there was a couple more instances of that later this year when he's back and everything's fully firing, where he just absolutely torches defenses and gets a long 50, 60-yard touchdown.
All right, moving on to Josh Reynolds, August 2nd. He said another year in this offense is going to be big. We can do both the run and the pass effectively, and that's what makes us dangerous. He says definitely having fun in training and Ben's challenging us. He said we're going to be the most physical team in the league for sure. About Monty and Gibbs, he said they've got different styles and it's awesome to see. He said the start of the season can't come fast enough, but we've got to make the most of the time we have. And he said about Antoine Green, he's a baller, he's a playmaker, big body guy, great speed, we just need to get him rolling. And Josh Pascal, same day, was wearing a seatbelt gang vest, which got noticed straight away. He said, every day is a fan day here because it's packed. I said, I feel completely differently this year. I feel prepared. Last year with injury and no camp was meh, but I feel better and I'm getting better every day. So we're capable of everything we want. We've just got to get better every day. It's bringing out the best in all of us. So I feel I'm way stronger than I was post-injury last year. That's going to help me stay healthy too. With the reps comes feeling more comfortable in yourself and playing like yourself. That I'm trying to play faster and more violent, go out there, know my assignment, find my key. So there's definitely an eagerness to prove myself. I'm ready for it. I accept that challenge, but I've also got to prove it to myself first. And with lots of people back from injury, especially on defense, with Romeo and Charles and Levi as well as him, there's lots of competition and that breeds excellence. He said, I can sense the competitiveness and the eagerness in this unit. Boys, Reynolds, Pascal, I've got to say, Pascal's a super impressive dude. With respect to Josh, who gave a fine interview, watching Pascal afterwards, I was like, oh God, I need Pascal to be a dude on this team because he just has something special about him, boys.
Now you can see why I absolutely love the guy. Because I remember this time last year, I was talking about him. But yeah, the guy just has something about him. And again, you can add in the fact he's had cancer as well. He's just the kind of guy that you just kind of always want to root for. And for him, I hope he does come out and he absolutely proves it, because I know Riz was saying it throughout this, but before the combine and that, the team believes he can be a 10-sack guy. And I absolutely want him to do it. Because imagine it, you have him hitting the ground running, you've got Hutch, who is Hutch, Houston, who is just unblockable at times. You have Kamish, Romeo, Charles, Campbell able to do things blitzing. Tracy's a missile when he blitzes from the safety position. Barnes can obviously do stuff being a former pass rusher. We're just going to, I keep saying it, we're going to absolutely tear our offensive lines apart this season, because we just have so many different weapons, so many different ways to hurt them. It's going to be fun to watch. And yeah, but I agree as well. Josh interviewed okay, but as I said earlier, his grip on the roster is becoming less and less as the weeks go on, because that chemistry isn't there anymore. And obviously we've got players coming up. Antoine Green's had his moments. Dylan Drummond's had his moments. You've got so many mouths to feed now. It's going to become harder and harder for him to have a role. So while he might stick around while JMO's out, if things haven't fully worked when JMO's back, his neck could honestly be on the block to be replaced, because someone like Drummond or Green stepped up and shown it while Reynolds really hasn't. So I like the guy. He's done well for the past couple of seasons. He can contribute, but he's got to go out there and show it for me.
Yeah, with Pascal, you know, this is the year. I remember when we drafted him last year, the first thing I said was, he's not a year one guy. You're not going to, and plus he was injured, but there's a lot of work for him to do. And I know he wasn't my favorite coming out there, but I always said it'd be year 2, year 3 with him when you would start to see it all come together. And you saw bits in you saw good flashes in year 1 when he came back, as to the type of player he can be for this team. And, you know, I expect this year is going to be huge. He needs to step up into a central role in that DN group, because obviously a lot of the vets are coming to the end of the contracts. We really want to go ahead with the younger core here. But he has the right attitude. It's never been an attitude problem with him. It's been all about his technique, you know, the pass rush arsenal, just refining that, making himself a more effective and capable pass rusher. And, you know, that will come. And it seems that he's in a good place now. Obviously, he didn't get to practice last year that much because of the injury, which, you know, is a shame. And this is going to be invaluable for him going forward. So I love listening to him. And I think he's going to be really good this year. So it's just nice that we have a healthy camp this year. Like, all these guys we've drafted expecting to play big parts on these teams are healthy and going for it. So I'm expecting big things from Josh this year. I think he'll go completely under the radar, which might be the great thing. It'll be like the Houston effect last year. James went completely under the radar, and teams soon found out to their detriment that, you know, you got to look after him. Even when they start double teaming him, he's in trouble. And Pascal's going to get the same treatment, because everyone's going to watch Hutch, everyone's going to watch Houston. Pascal's going to be there. He's going to have the opportunities, and he's more than good enough to win when left one-on-one with somebody. He's got the athleticism, he's got the speed. Just got to add the technique to it.
Moving on to Dan Campbell, the next day, August 3rd, he said that they're running similar forward field practice to last year, just in a different location. He said the Benson injury sounds promising, getting a second opinion on it, but I think they dodged one there. On Mosley, he said he's back here, he's day-to-day now, we'll take it as it comes. On Dylan Drummond, he said he's doing everything right. He's climbing the depth chart, he's competing hard on special teams, and he's getting hard to ignore. When he messes up, he learns from it, grows, and doesn't make the same mistake again. He said we had a gut feeling he was going to get it pretty quick. So we're farther along with the details than we are last year. We're in 202 now rather than 101. The communication in the system is so much better than it was at this time last year, and that's where Goff has really grown for me. He said he didn't want the intra-squad stuff too close to the Giants game, and that's why it's over a week before. He said that the Giants game, you know, Martindale's going to throw absolutely everything at us through, you know, the week as well of the joint practices. On Tracy Walker, he said he's been steady and reliable for us. I'm pleased with how he's coming back from the injury. He's really put in the work to get back. I like his movement skills. He's someone who has to be dialed in all the time. He said, I'm pleased at how the D personnel are fitting into the different and versatile packages that we have. Having someone like Gardner Johnson, Pascal, Hutch, Charles Harris, Mac, Branch, Tracy, Sutton, all of these guys having versatility means that we may be able to have some different packages out there. You're not going to know what's coming. He said it's not different on offense either. You want to be able to feel like you can just attack any way and counter what they do with what you have. You want to know you've got enough ammo with the players to neutralise your opponent. On McQuaid, he said he snapped at a really high level for a long time, but Daly's level has also greatly improved. And on Marvin Jones, he said he's a pro's pro, he's a vet. You constantly hear him back there trying to help. He's a team guy. He's putting all the work in. He's infectious, and it's good to have him back. Long interview there, boys, so I'll stop there with that one. Dan doing Dan things once again.
I mean, there's only really one place we can start here, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, did you notice, Ash? You know, like how when Superman's near kryptonite and you see it weaken him and it hurts him. I just saw there for Matt to say Scott Daly snapping at a high level. You saw the inner pain, the inner anguish that it took for him to say those words. And oh, we love you, Matt. Don't be sad. Oh, sad Matt. He's gone. But he said McQuaid's doing well, so you may get your wish. So he's gone to cry.
Unfortunately, well, not to brag on it too much, but yet unfortunately, it's come out since that McQuaid had an interview somewhere and he said, oh yeah, like they brought me in, but they said if it's an equal thing at the end of the camp, I'm gone. Like it's going to be Daly's job. So that can be our little long snapper talk of the week is gone. Matt can come back and we can discuss. For me, the one thing that really stood out, and of course it's going to be me, so it's going to stick out, the versatile packages. So we know it's going to happen on offense. With all the different pieces we have, we can do all sorts. Like I'm looking forward to like a 3 tight end 2-back set, just absolutely ripping people. But at the same time, we can go 5 wide. And it's the same on defense now. As we said, CJGJ can play safety, can play slot, can play the outside corner if we want him to. Pascal can play the big D end and inside at free tech. Hutch can play literally from the 9 technique to like the 1 if we really want him to. Like I could see him doing some things as a 1 technique in the NASCAR package. Charles Harris obviously playing the rush end to Sam Mac, which is obviously Twinkle Toes to Liam McNeil, being able to play as a nose tackle to a free tech. Branch just anywhere from safety to the box. All these different guys. It's going to be so fun and hard for me just to sit there and just keep track of all these players because it's just going to be fun to watch. And yeah, Wink is going to absolutely tear us apart, I think, with blitzes. It's going to be a real sort of hard thing to watch to sort of see how off like the second stringers can handle all those blitzes because wherever Wing Martindale's been, they've been like top 3 in blitz percentage all those times. So that's one thing we've really got to watch out for, sort of the blitz pickups, just keeping track of where the mics are, who's coming, who's dropping kind of thing. So it's going to be hard to see how Sudfeld can handle that, how Rosh Piercebacker, how Sawstill can hold it, all these sort of like second stringers. We probably won't see Decker, we won't see Goff, we won't see Ragnar, we won't see Saul. We might see a bit of Vitae and Glasgow. So it's really, that might honestly be where one of them takes the real step up, is who's better against those blitzes, who's better at picking them up and sort of sorting it all out.
It's not only that though, it's like all the running backs all the times, they're going to have to be good in pass protection. I say he blitzes and run blocking. This is going to test the Lions blocking schemes really well. And the one thing we did in the Giants game last year is we blocked like champions. You know, we got good run on the ground with them, and then the defense especially nullified theirs. So, you know, the Giants are going to be back wanting to try and one-up us after that. We smacked them in the trenches that day. But like I say, you know, they're going to be out for vengeance. They're a team like us who are ascending, a lot of young talent in there. Honestly, I think it's a really good matchup because that defensive line is really damn good. I know we kind of made the joke about Ashawn earlier, but as a Ram, it's been said how good he's been against the run for them, not necessarily as a pass rusher, but he's a star guy against the run. And you've got, obviously, Dexter Lawrence next to him was just one of the best DTs in the game, full stop. And then you've got plenty coming off the edge. Ojulari there, Kayvon, if they're going to use these guys, it's a top tier test for the offensive line. And let's say that depth, the depth is the worrying thing. It's like, can these guys, and I think this might be a big watershed moment for them. I wonder if it's why they've done 2 scrimmages. If some of these O-linemen, especially the vet guys, come in and they get absolutely rinsed in the Giants game, I wonder if there'll be a no tolerance policy and it'll be like, right, fuck it, we need you out here, guys. That's not good enough. And then we've got another one against the Giants where we can maybe put the rookies out there a bit more and entrust more to them, because we've still got a lot of rookies on the roster. You got Eze, you got Corby in there now. You've got these guys who can come in, and maybe the opportunity is going to be there for them instead. Yeah. So it's actually a really good set in terms of sort of a matchup for that. So I imagine Dan's looking forward to it a hell of a lot. Outside of that, yeah, it's nothing that you wouldn't really expect. The versatility of the defensive packages. The only thing I do worry about a little bit is like, don't do too much. Be versatile, but don't overstretch your boundaries, if you know what I mean. I want the guys to be, because there is such a thing as too much. You can be versatile, but there is, Matt Patricia more than anything showed that you can be too clever for your own liking. I trust these guys to not be like that, but outside of, I just hope that whilst the versatility is there, they are still using people at their position of strength a lot as well, and putting them in the best position to succeed.
Yes, I completely agree on that, sort of like not get too clever. So I'm not asking them to sort of have a repeat of Hutch's interception last year where we drop him into coverage as a wide cornerback. Hopefully we're not going to see that too often, but hopefully it's going to be stuff like, I know I said about it on the Discord, and I'm trying to work out a way of actually showing it so people can see what I mean, but having stuff where like you have Branch, CJ, GJ, and Kirby all on the field and safety, and then you don't know which one's going to sort of be the slot corner. So you're showing sort of like cover 5, and then one of them drops down. You're actually playing cover 2 with CJ, GJ, and Kirby as the deep safeties and Branch as the slot, for example. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm not hoping for like 2 zone drops. You're suddenly blitzing Campbell and Barnes from the linebacker position. You've got Tracy coming down from like a free safety position to play as linebacker. Hopefully it's not that complicated, which just stuff that.
Yeah, well, Beans as Matt's throwing a paddy and he's not here. Let's move on to the next interviews. I would ask Matt.
I'm here.
He's back.
I'm here. Back. I've just been looking at Twitter and trying to work out what the hell's going on.
But... So that's why I'm on my phone like constantly. I'm trying to keep seeing.
Yeah, so if people aren't aware of this, and it was in the YouTube chat already, people were teasing stuff on Twitter and there's no idea what's going on. Sorry, Ant.
So maybe it could be a 3-way thing. We've traded for Chase Young, given Jonah Jackson a contract, and JMO's not suspended anymore. Maybe it's just like a big.
There's a certain GIF for that, which I'm going to post in Discord, which I'm not going to mention.
What, 3-way GIF?
No.
Yeah, this kid's on the show.
Hey, I'm not that young.
No, I mean in the YouTube channel, you, Ash.
I posted it on the Discord.
Oh yeah. I will take Archer gifts any day of the week.
Yes.
Archer is like the perfect thing for gifts there. So, but
yeah. David Reinfeldt said, "Is it just a scam?" I don't think it is, because I think there's too many people talking about it. I just don't know what it is.
I just hope it's not a wind up on a Monday night because people are bored. But if Mike's saying it, Peyton's saying it.
And Mike said it's not the alternative broadcast as well, so it's not going to be that.
Well, that's not big. That's not big news for us because we can't watch it. So exactly. It better be something else.
Yeah. So we're checking by the minute, and if something breaks while we're on the air, you will hear about it. But everyone's being very cryptic. And David, the reason why the media people are being cryptic about it is because they've been told what it is, and they know that if they leak it, that they potentially will have their credentials removed from them by the Lions. So they will have something pre-written so that when the news breaks, they'll have all their analysis about it ready already. But it's so big that they can't help but tease it, which they're allowed to do, which annoys everyone. So, love you, beat writers, but stop doing this to us. Stop playing with us. Anyway, moving on.
Stop playing with me, man.
I was just trying to channel the interview that was given after the Packers game by our boy in New Orleans.
Jamal Williams.
Yeah, that's the one. Go on, man, stop playing with us. Anyway.
You're not going to eat. Let the puppies go on the porch. Let the dogs eat.
So, David Reinfeldt says, are we sure, 100% sure it's not the air broadcast? Mike Payton has confirmed that it's not. Whether you believe him or not is up to you. I happen to believe Mike. I think he's a reputable source. So, and he's credentialed. So, yeah, I think it should be fine. Anyway, let's move it on.
Oh my good God. I'm joking. That was just me trying to do my
I was going to
thing.
say, I haven't come up for me yet, so what are you talking about? I'm usually...
Yeah, we can all do that, beat writers. Yeah. Sorry. I just had to.
I secretly hate you.
Well, you told me that when we met that you actually hate me, so, you know.
Yeah. I want to see a big trade now. This is kind of where I'm at. I want to see a big trade. I don't even know what I'd like, but anyway.
Hey, you know what? It could even be Ionitis. I take like he's still on the market. If it's Ionitis, I consider that big news.
Right, let's move on to the next interview, and we go to Kirby Joseph on August the 3rd, and he said, and I quote, "Aaron Rodgers was one of my favourite quarterbacks. Ash is signalling me."
The big news is that we've released Jake McQuaid. Scott Daly has won the long snapper battle.
I've got nothing to do with that. I'm disassociated.
Don't tell me that's what people are teasing.
No, it's Ash making a joke. Now.
It's not. It's just because the lines.
But McQuaid has gone though.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, they've announced the release.
And Tom Kennedy has an injury settlement, so he's been waived properly.
Yeah, so knowing us, he'll probably be back whenever that's run
out. That cannot be the news. If that is the news, I'm going to be...
It won't be. If it is, I'm going to cry, but it's the black news.
Anyway, moving on. Kirby Joseph. And how do I have to say this sentence 2 fucking times? Aaron Rodgers was one of my favourite quarterbacks growing up, Kirby Joseph said. He said, he's made the move out of division because it's the best move for him. He said, every day in this room, the chemistry keeps building. I trust my ability to make plays and my coaches get me in the right spot. I just run to the ball. Aaron Glenn says he wants us to be more aggressive and I want to be on the field every play. I'll play anywhere I'm asked to stay on the field, even outside corner if I have to. He said, details matter. The little things matter the most. The wrong step or re-step and you're going to be out of the play. He said, I don't give myself no goals because they limit my ability. If I say I'm going to go for 5 interceptions, if I get 5 interceptions, I've met my goal. What am I going to do for the rest of the year? I don't limit myself. He said the upgrades up front make our defense more complementary. We have an excess of defensive backs who can make plays, so we can stop the run and stop the pass. A beat writer said that he's carrying himself like a vet, and he just said, I'm just me. I come in with my head on. I leave with my head on. My confidence, 100. And he said, last year I didn't really know the playbook. Now I know it's so good, I can flash around the field a lot more. Let's also talk Jerry Jacobs and Khalif Raymond, get 3rd of August out of the way. Jerry, on scrimmages, he said, it felt like a game, man. It was great to compete. On the secondary, he said, we're connecting, we're getting better day by day. Tracy's coming back. Cam and CJ are now here. He said, the energy of Chauncey, Cam, Will... it feels totally different in this room. He said, I feel like we're on a great path right now. We're very versatile. He said, Brad Holmes did a great job. I can't wait to show the people in a real game what we're like. And he said, Starling Thomas is a dog. He's UDFA, reminds me of me. He's a nice guy who's ready to compete. And on Khalif Raymond, also on the 3rd of August, he had a short interview, but he said, it's hard to compare year to year, really, what's happened. He said, similar guys and continuity breed the chemistry with this offense, and you can see it with Jared Goff and Ra. With Ben Johnson, he said, give him a night of sleep, and you never know what he's going to come up with tomorrow. So he can do so much with so many different guys. He said, there's always something I can work on. Confidence comes with preparation. We're preparing, we're getting there. And he said, I'm telling the young guys when, they're on the roster bubble or maybe they're not going to make it. He said, I told myself, I will never get cut for the same thing twice. I find out when I get cut why I'm being cut, and that becomes my focus and my priority. And if I get cut for the same thing twice, that's on me. Jacobs, Raymond, Joseph, and all of the interviews before this, this is just a roster of stand-up guys, boys. It makes you proud to be a fan.
I've found my next T-shirt design. I think I'm going to use that quote from Joby when he goes, "I don't give myself any goals because they limit my ability." That's like a T-shirt slogan. That because it's very true. You know, if you put yourself under pressure to do something, if you set yourself, and then all you can do is sort of get to it. He's a guy who doesn't know what his ceiling is, and that's a good thing because he's just going to keep getting better and better and better. And it's when you don't have that end goal in mind, you can be as good as you want to be. I just love things like that. They're just wired beyond their years. This is the mentality you see of the players they draft. These are players who won't be told no. The sky is the limit for them, and no one's going to tell them otherwise, and they will carry on being as good as they damn well want to be. It's the right attitude to have here. So that's kind of the vibe I get from it all. I just love the way they think and the way they operate.
Welcome to the Kirby Joseph train, and so all I'm going to say, like, you're completely right. He's not setting himself any limits because he doesn't know where it is. I've said it last week, I think. He honestly could be an Earl Thomas like safety for us. Obviously, early Seahawks Earl Thomas, not late career Ravens getting caught in bed with his like his wife's sister or whatever it was. Not that Earl Thomas, the early season one where he was absolute ball hawk for the Seattle Legion of Boom, because he could be that, and he's already taken down Aaron Rodgers. Hopefully, he can be the one that takes out Kirk Cousins this year and takes out Jordan Love. He could honestly do it. He could honestly just be a turnover machine for these QBs in our division and elsewhere because he's got that sort of upside. And so has Jerry. I know I've said last week as well, he was lacking the ball skills, but this is something he's supposedly been working on. It hasn't shown up so far in camp, but hopefully this week with us going up against Daniel Jones, he'll be able to get himself on the hands on a few balls because Daniel Jones is a turnover machine. Like Goff was enough for his first season here. Plus, Daniel Jones does like to run and slip out of nowhere, so hopefully the secondary can get their hands on some fumbles from that. And in Leaf, consummate professional, as he says, never getting cut for same thing twice. I know he was cut supposedly from the Titans for his route running. He had all the blazing speed, was never able to use it. Now he's one of the NFL's best separators. So him being able to give that mindset to someone like an Antoine Green, like a Dylan Drummond, and so on and so forth, that'd be great for them. And he'll rub off on the others as well. Someone like Craig Reynolds maybe have the same mindset. Saying just all these different people that he gets interactive on a daily basis, giving him that mindset. Kirby having that mindset. Everyone having this mindset is a complete turnaround from where we were 2-3 years ago, where everyone was kind of solemn and not really wanting to toe the line. Now we've got people who speak their mind and have the right kind of mindset.
Anything more, Ant, on those interviews?
No, not really.
All right, we'll move it on in that case. August 5th. So 2 days ago and the last set of interviews, but there's quite a lot of them, with Dan Campbell, Dave Fitt, Justin Jackson, Brock Wright, and John Kaminsky. So we'll crack on with Dan doing Dan things. He said the intensity is about to go up with joint practices. He said historically it is what you think it will be in terms of intensity. We will change things up compared to the indie practices last year. We're going to end them with our offense watching our defense and vice versa so they can get hyped up. He said it's more like game reps than our usual practices, and he doesn't want his players to get too comfortable with a routine because our schedule is all over the place with days playing on Thursday, Sunday, Monday, and that's why they were starting practice later that day. They gave the beat writers a bit of a lie-in for once, so I think they were appreciative of that, but they wanted to know why. And, they want to be ready for anything, anywhere, anytime. Regarding the tickets being sold out and the expectation that brings, he said, I feel the wind underneath my frickin' wings, man. This is not a burden or a pressure or weight. It's inspiration. It's always going to be. It is what it is. We got our job to do. We'll stay true to it. It doesn't change with outside pressure. On Scotty Montgomery, he said he's a great coach, a guy, a good sounding board for him. He said he also brought some schematic changes over from the Colts that we're using in the run and pass game. We loved it in the interview process and it's showing up. On Amon Ra, he said Saint is just like he was as a rookie. He sets the bar. You see him pre and post practice putting that kind of work in. There's no way he's not having a big year. There's just no way. If I'm a young guy, I'm watching him every play. I would be. I don't want ever to take him for granted. I appreciate it about him. And on the backup leagues, the XFL and the USFL, he said, they're invaluable. Sometimes these guys, they just need real in-game reps and again and again to accelerate their development. NFL Europe did it in the past. These guys would go out there, come back and be able to compete at this level, having not been able to do it before. So he's appreciative of a route for the guys that don't make it out of college to continue to develop. Let's just stop there, boys. There's no way he's not having a big year. I mean, Dan Campbell has been the guy saying, you've got to go and earn it every year. But he's giving it to Saint already. Like, this is the first time where I genuinely think I've seen Dan Campbell get a little bit carried away about something. Like, before, it's always just kind of, we'll take it a game at a time, and, you know, it will be what it will be. We've got to earn it. Saints having a big year, boys.
We know this. Like, Amon-Ra is just going to be... His ceiling is whatever he damn well wants it to be. And he's... You know, we've had this discussion so many times. Can he truly be a top 10 wide receiver in this league because he's not an outside guy and he doesn't have these big names? And it's like, you know what? Yeah, he can be. He can be one of the 10 best wide receivers in the NFL.
He's already there.
I think he's very close. I think he's very, very close because, you know, one thing that all these outside receiver, the hypes they get, they don't block like Amon-Ra does. They don't do all these little other intricate things. As an all-round dynamic wide receiver, he is a top 10 guy in the NFL or has the ceiling to be, and he's fast on his way there. So I think it's justified in his case. Amon-Ra's done the graft. He's proven that he belongs here, and he is, you know, with his mentality, he's not going to stop ever. So I think you can sort of pour a little bit of praise on these guys every now and then because it's worth it. We've seen it everywhere. Jared Goff says it, Dan Campbell says it, and yeah, Amon-Ra, he'll not be hearing a word of it because all he cares about is getting better, and so they know that. They know it's not going to get to him. They know the ego's not going to be there. So I don't know. Dan just seems a lot happier now. I think he's struggling to contain the excitement, and he will go blue in the face every day of the week to tell you, we got to earn this, man. You know, we ain't earned nothing until we win these games. But I think secretly deep down, he believes, he knows what's coming. And I think that just slipped out a little bit there, but I don't mind that. I like to see my coach like that excited about what's going to happen, especially with the stiff-lipped robot we had before. This is just so much different, so much better.
Yeah, and to go on to sort of the other two like big macro points he made, the XFL and USFL, where he's shown it with our roster construction year on year. This year, it's Robo-Coppers, and likes to call him. Last year, Maurice Alexander. I think our first year we got Jesse Lemenier and a couple of others of like our defensive guys from the USFL and XFL. So it fits into our sort of mantra of you come and prove it. We've got a spot for you. They've done it in the XFL and USFL. Now they're getting a chance against the NFL talent to prove it. And it just fits so perfectly. And then with Scotty Montgomery to sort of bring the tone down a bit. As much as I want him to bring in stuff from the run, hopefully what he's bringing in terms of schematic changes from the Colts in the past is whatever they were doing, we chuck out the playbook because the Colts have been horrific passing the ball the past couple of years. So whatever they were doing, we want to avoid. Do not do.
Right. Let's move on to our special teams coordinator, Dave Phipp. And consistently, every time he speaks, managing... What's that?
What Ant's just put in the Discord.
It's all right. You carry on. It's nothing important.
Oh, dear. Right, let's move on. Dave Phipp, every time he speaks, I think, I might have a new favourite coach. Just absolutely amazing. Dave Phipp, he said, I feel very fortunate to be here. Having the opportunity to do something you love is incredible. We're having a lot of fun. We've got a lot of work to do. And you know the back end of a roster changes a lot each year. So the amount of work he has to put in particularly is quite a lot. And he said about long snapper, kicker, punter combinations, he said synergistic effects can have an effect on who stays on the roster. It is possible. But usually that actually happens with the best players, and so you end up keeping them regardless of that. So with Patterson, he said he's really coming along. His leg strength in particular looks really good compared to the last time he was here. I'm encouraged. On Scott Daly, he said he's done a great job since he's been here, but he didn't make the step forward we wanted to see from him the year before. Maybe he could get better at a faster rate, and competition can help that process. So Jake reached out to us. He wanted to be here. His family's in Ohio. We told him, if you're even at the end of this process, we're picking Scott, and he still came here. He's coming off a tricep injury, and he's been healthy since he's been here, but it's something he's had to manage. Obviously, he's now lost that battle. Justin Jackson, he said, kick returner, in a way, it's his job to lose. However, it's not always the best kick returner that gets the job on the roster. It's what else do you bring to the roster, and the combination of those justifies the roster spot. But he's also done a great job at punt protector. He did that with the Chargers, so we feel really good about him in that role. On the gunner job, he said, we'll find out the most about this from joint practices where you do full-scale proper tackling and finishing. It's too early to say otherwise, but for him right now, it's just about finding out what positions can people play. For kickoffs, he said, they're still really important, and that actually goes back to why Badgley is no longer in Detroit. He said, we've got a great option already in Fox, but what happens to him if he's fatigued or if he's injured? Then who's doing it? He said, by having a kicker who can also do it, we're more versatile, especially when considering injuries. We can just take the best guy for the job if you already have two people who can do kickoffs. And he said, finally, everyone in this building loves having Jalen Reeves-Maybin back. He's a great player and a great person. You don't have to worry about him on either special teams or defense. He said, we lost Woods and Board in the offseason, so getting him in really helps take the pressure off these other guys. Dave Fitboys, and everyone's favourite topic in special teams. I'm sure that Jeremy Reisman is listening intently. But it was a really interesting interview. He touched on pretty much everything and gave a lot of insight that we perhaps haven't been hearing much out of with the beat reporters, because frankly, it's not what the priority is. But we learned probably the most information from any one interview in this whole week from this one for me. What did you boys make of Dave Fit?
I loved it. Completely on brand for me, obviously. With me and Eric are probably the two people that actually care properly in depth about this. But for example, we all knew coming in when we lost my old Lord and Savior CJ Moore to the gambling stuff. I was like, who's going to PP? Because that is a big role for us, especially with our fake punts. That's the guy who usually takes the ball and does the fake trickery. So we need to have someone there who can move. Justin Jackson supposedly being great at that. And obviously being a running back, he's perfect for that role because he can take the ball and run because it's what he does on offense. So it's great that he's great at kick return, great at punt return. That's 2 phases. Could probably do some coverage stuff. That's 4 phases covered. And you've got yourself an RB3. RB3, RB4, because obviously if he's doing that, you probably want to limit his reps on offense. So it gives him being the kick returner, pass protector, and someone on special teams probably gives someone like Jamal Jefferson, Craig Reynolds, Mo Ibrahim a chance to make the roster as that sort of RB4 spot, because obviously Jackson probably take that 5-10 snaps on offense. The rest are going to be special teams. Gunner, obviously, supposedly it's Starling and Branch taking start reps there, but obviously Jerry can do it. We've got Chase Lucas can do it. Breeze can do it too. That's going to be a fun battle to watch this week against the Giants. And your kickoffs, they're becoming less and less important with the constant rule changes, but it makes sense to have someone other than Fox to do it, because Fox gets a lot of work as it is, as you said, with punting, with him being there as a holder. You need someone, as he says, that can do it in case of injuries. And just to give you something else, because let's say 1 week you do just want to boot it through the back of the end zone because you're going up against Keyshawn Nixon, the Green Bay. You don't want to give him the chance to return it for a touchdown on you. The next week you might be going up against the Raiders, who have, I don't know, Kiki Kuti as a kick returner who doesn't really do that much. In that case, you want to aim short for the end zone and almost dare him to return it on you, because you'll be able to tackle him quickly and limit the sort of damage. So having Fox, who can probably be the boomer, just punts out the back of the end zone, and that's that. Having another option just gives you that little edge in game plan in special teams that might be that little bit of a 1% that wins you the game, because that's what we're looking at now. We don't really care about, we obviously care about offense, defense, but now we're looking for all those little edges we can get, and this could be one of them.
Just want to shout out a couple of people. First, Experiment on Twitch resubscribing at tier 1 for his 5th month in a row and 9 months total. Thank you very much for that. Saying thank you for all your contributions to Enhanced Lions fandom, and thank you as well to the most generous fan in Detroit Lions viewership in Jeff Hurley. Back-to-back days with a $5 super sticker. And Brent DeWitt now as well with a $2 super sticker as well. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you for supporting us and help us, frankly, have a really good time when we come out to Detroit, because I really do think that's where this is going. And did I cut you off at all with Dave Phipp?
No, I didn't start. You're all good. I mean, Ash covered most of that there pretty much. Although I'll say is I support moving Jack Fox to kicker, because like this offense ain't punting this year. We're just going to score the touchdowns on every single drive. You know, this is how good we're going to be. You know, we don't need Jack to punt. So, but yeah, Jack, Dave is just very. You can tell he's very into his job. I know it sounds stupid to say for a coach, but he just seems like he lives, breathes, and dies special teams. And, you know, the way that we play, the way that they've played while he's been here, it's always been to a high level. And there's always been concerns because we've shed a lot of those guys who are the special teams guys who have gone, but players have stood up in absence there. You know, you've got guys like Rodrigo, you know, they can do special teams and fulfill starting roles in the side as well. And he always finds a way to make it work. It's just obviously the kicker needs to be sorted out, but he's not going to be the first or last special teams coordinator to have to deal with a dodgy kicking situation. So, you know, he's one of the best coaches we've got. Our special teams is always high value, and I think it's going to do a lot this year. I reckon we might see a boon in the return game this year. We've seen a lot, obviously, with the fake punts, the trick plays, all the sort of stuff we want to take out the books there. But you know, I think we're brewing up something special on there, and they're really going to be vital for us this year. So I love it.
Moving it on to Justin Jackson, short one here, so I'll go for a couple of these. He said, there's a lot of love in this room. It's nice to not have to learn a whole new offense, and he's glad to be back here. He said he doesn't think kickoffs are going to change regardless of the change in the rules. He said he's going to return those kicked to him that don't land in the end zone, and he'll fair catch those that do. And he said, I've had a new running back coach almost every year, so having a change doesn't bother me, but Scotty Montgomery seems to be fitting in seamlessly. He said, I think we're at a really good level right now. And Brock Wright, he said, every day you pick up on new stuff. Having a new D to go up against does help with that, and he's looking forward to joint practices. Steve Hayden, the tight ends coach, said he fits right in with Dan and Ben. He's been very helpful to us so far, and I'm really excited to go into the season with him. On Sam Laporte, he said he's a stud. He's going to be fun to watch, and he adds a lot to our offense. And on Tanner Engstrom, the pass game coordinator, used to be tight ends coach, he said he's so smart. His overall understanding of the offensive scheme, exposing defense, recognizing coverages, defensive fronts, he's a wizard at that kind of stuff, and we really benefit from him on that. Justin Jackson's back, boys, and Brock Wright may be tipping the Lions' hand on who potentially might be the offensive coordinator-elect. We've all speculated it could be Tanner, but that's the first bit that I've really heard from someone that kind of confirms that potentially he's on that trajectory, because you need that sort of intelligence.
Or he could just be being nice. I mean, you know, there could just be the thing that he... it's no secret that Tanner is smart. You know, we knew that when he first came in and when he first took over the role, because it seems to be a thing where we've just got these really intellectual guys coming in who love to coach tight ends as well. But, you know, we all speculated from the start that Tanner is the option there if Ben goes. And the wonderful thing about having Ben stay another year is you've got another year to work Tanner into this. He'll have been as long as Ben was when he took over by the time this season's done. So it's no surprise that they find him the way they do. We know it as fans. We know just how good he is and, you know, what he brings to this team. So it's positive to hear, absolutely. But, you know, he's not really telling us, we don't know in that regard. But I've got high hopes for Tanner, whatever he does, whether it be with us or another team.
Well, yeah, and to sort of build on that, it makes sense that the most intelligent coaches, inverted commas, coach tight ends, because that's outside of quarterback, that's the position that takes up the most on offense. You need to know route combinations. You need to know passing aside, blocking assignments. You need to know run blocking. You need to know basically everything on the offense. It makes sense that the coaches there are the most intelligent. Like it shot, and even if people don't see it, because as Dan's shown, he was a tight ends coach in New Orleans, and he's actually quite a lot smarter than people give him credit for. So it really makes sense. And I do hope that Tanner either is the replacement here, or I could see him potentially. I hate to say it because it will leave us in the lurch, except for it won't, because Scott and Montgomery will probably take the job. But it could be Ben and Tanner go somewhere and absolutely rip up the league with a new offense. And Scotty's got and Scotty would be like the sort of second choice. Remember, we were speculating last year if AG gets fired, who's going to take over? And you sort of had Todd Wash as a sort of veteran option. And then you've got Kelvin as sort of younger guy you could throw into the fire and let him learn on the sort of fly kind of thing. That could really be it. So I'm excited for both Tanner because, as he says, we said he's worked his way up from being like an offensive quality control assistant to assistant tight ends coach to tight ends coach now to passing game coordinator. So he's really climbed the rings, and it just shows, as we said day one when this regime comes in, you work for it, you get promotions as you deserve, and then you'll go on to bigger and better things. And then to go back to Justin Jackson, I know I loved it because obviously the kick return stuff, and he's a good RB3. And it does mean it's a bit harder for Craig Reynolds, for Jamar, for Ibrahim to all make the roster. But it's just that little bit more competition, and it just makes our team that little bit better. As I say, that 1% better that we might need to beat teams that we're close to. So I'm all for it.
Big thanks and a shout out to my friend Miss Harley Quinn, who's super chatted for $10, saying thank you. Well, thanks for all your hard work, boys. Great content. Let's go Lions. It's been a very productive show for us, boys. A couple of shows in a row. But thanks, Harley. Appreciate you checking in every show. You're the best Patriots Lions fan I know. Final interview we have to cover is John Kaminsky, and he says, we're excited for the Giants. You can get too familiar with your own players. You know their tendencies and you play to them. This is fresh. You have to study more. You have to study more with regard to the opposition players, and this process reps the in-season stuff. Every year you get a little bit more confident. I'm playing my best ball right now. When you don't play confident, you get a split second of indecision, second guessing, which slows you down on the rep. On John Scott, the D-line coach, he said he brings a young energy. Every day is exciting. There's an overall hunger in the team. Josh Pascal, he said his confidence has really grown. Less hesitation, and he's being violent. Looks like a totally different football player now to when he was a year removed from his injury compared to when he came off the injury at the end of last year. And he said, our second team on the defensive line is just as good as our first team, which means you can do lots of rotation, stay fresh, and not get any drop-off whatsoever, which is a big statement, but I back it. Apart from Hutch, I back it 100%. Boys, there's something about Kaminsky as well. I mean, just he's got a smile on his face, but there's a hunger in his eyes. I can't describe what it is, but there's just something about him that makes you think, God, I don't think that guy's eaten in days. He's so hungry.
Yeah, but he's kind of like the living embodiment of what this team is. You know, we just picked him up from the Falcons, and, you know, he said last year, his exit interview, he just could not wait to leave. He was done with them. That's how they made him feel. And then this year, it's like, when am I back? When am I training? And, you know, he's a guy who, he had no rights to make this team when he first came here. He came in, grinded his ass off, and turned into one of the biggest surprises all season. But, you know, again, it speaks to the mentality that the players to bring in, that he's not thought, right, have I one good year, that's it, I'm done. It's like, no, I've got to get better. And he does, because there's a lot of talented edge players here coming after those starting reps that he got last season. And, you know, it's good to see that he's just as focused, just as hungry, just as ready to grind for it, because he's going to need to. And it's this collective competition, which is just, this team is going to do so well this year in my mind, just because these guys, everyone who's starting, who is playing a starting snap, has got there because he's had to fight his absolute ass off to get there. And, you know, he has to make a play in the game to justify staying there, because someone else is going to come in if he doesn't. And having guys like him in the building just furthers that competition going forward. He knows he knows there's something special brewing here, and he knows he's got to work hard to be a part of it. And like I said, you can't help but love him. Just the way he talks, the way he carries himself, it's top tier. And I hope Kamish does well this year. I think there's definitely a place on this team for him. He can definitely be a valuable contributor going forward, even if all the young guys hitting are doing well. There's always a place on the team for a guy like him. And who knows, maybe going forward after this year, he could be the vet option on there if Harrison Romeo goes. So, he's still got a lot to offer us.
Yeah, 100%. Like, perfect vet guy in terms of he's been in different systems. He's played in a 3-4 Atlanta, now he's playing 4-3 here. Done a lot of different things. He's seen it all. Had to grind his way for what he's got, and he's got the right kind of mindset you want to rub off on someone like a Pascal, on a Levi in a way. Sort of, don't fall back on your draft stock just because you're a second rounder doesn't mean you're guaranteed to make the team. It's perfect. Like, and the way his contracts are structured as well. This is sort of another prove it year for him, 2.0. If he shows out again this year, he's got the team like the sort of extension for next year to play off, and then he can, if he wants to, go off and get the bag somewhere else. But at least then you've got 2-3 good seasons out of him, and he will have made Pascal, Hutchinson, Neil, Levi, all these youngsters a whole lot better than they were when they came through the door and we drafted them. So I'm excited for him as well. Like, this entire D line is going to be so great. And sort of round it off by bringing it back to how Matt sort of began the discussion. I've heard about there was something about Mary, but now we have our headline for when Kaminsky makes the game-winning sack on someone. Instead of just something about Mary, there's something about Kaminsky.
Thank you to Cool Down Rat subscribing with Prime, his 13th month. He asks, which position do you think is the most likely we pick up on roster cutdown day? I think offensive line.
Sorry, what was the question again?
So Cool Down Rat asks, which position do you think is the most likely we pick up on roster cutdown day? I think it's offensive line.
See, I'm going to say defensive line, particularly the free tech, because good O-linemen just aren't cut. You might be able to find like someone you could, sort of like an Evan Brown, you can sort of work your way up with, but you're not going to get a guy in cut downs that's going to come in and basically take a vital role day one. It just doesn't happen. You either draft the guys, you sign them for agency, or you develop them, and that's not. I don't think we're going to get someone a roster cut down. So it's going to be that kind of ilk where we make a real impact. While we can get someone at like a free tech who can do stuff, because we love Mac, but obviously he can't play 100% of snaps, and you want him to be a bit versatile. You need someone else just to come in and do some of that work. Obviously, we're hopeful Levi can come over his back injury and do that. We've got Covington to come and do that, but he hasn't really shown up in camp. We've just heard bad things about him. So that's like the one area I'm really targeting to think we need just another body there who can offer stuff on third down and obvious passing downs, because right now we have McNeil and that's about it.
I don't know. We're going to carry a few DTs into this season. It depends how many. They've gone after wide receiver in the market so far. It would not surprise me if those wide receiver spots were still contested when it comes to the end. Because even, if like the likes of Cota and Drummond and these guys and Antoine Green perform well in preseason, there will always be the belief that if there is like a Mims guy who's had maybe a bit of a better career in the pros, who's been up there and can still do it, is around. And I feel like receiver is something they would still try and target. And you're more likely to get more of those guys, maybe better with more upside on the market than some of the other positions. So I'd go receiver. They'll still go for.
I'm buying what Ant's selling. Wide receiver is kind of where I was trending. I also think that running back could somehow be in play, even though we have so many of them that I'd be happy taking RB3. They're just the sort of player that get cut, and a really good player might be available. I just can't get out of my head what this could be, because it feels... I feel like there's a lot of action between now and roster cutdown day that could impact who we take on roster cutdown day. I think there's so much that could happen in terms of injury or whatever. It's just so hard to predict. But Ant's right. I think offensive line is basically off the table, because unless it's a cap casualty, and they've kind of already happened, you're not getting good offensive linemen cut. with all these rumours spilling around, I see people saying, is it Bridgewater or anything like that? The way that this is being spun, the way that people are teasing something big the way they do, and Jeremy Reisman on the Pride of Detroit Discord saying, I don't have a solid source of the information, so I ain't teasing shit. Like, the way that people are taking this seriously and teasing it makes me think that this is something absolutely massive. And I can't help but feel like it's a big trade, like a really big trade. Like they've
JMO's
just
suspension. It's got to be a trade or JMO's suspension, because JMO's suspension would be massive.
JMO's
If that
suspension
got
would be massive, but I
overturned.
don't think it's big enough for what they're teasing. If it is something like that, I would feel very happy that it happened, and also slightly let down at the teasing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It feels bigger than that.
Oh, let's have a fun little topic. So have we done all the interviews now?
Yep, all done.
Well,
And if you guys have any questions as well, get them in now, because we're shutting up shop after we do this little bit. So
let's have a fun little thing. Let's say it is a trade. Who is it? If it's this big, which it's been made out to be, then this is not, this is not the. I mean, I know it's not trade, but
So,
it's not the likes of Ioannidis coming in or something like that. This is
David
frontline.
Reinfeldt's putting the guy out there that is the sort of level of player that I think we're considering at this point, which is like Aaron Donald level player.
I was going slight step down from that, Chris Jones.
So I was thinking DeForest Buckner before all this came out, something like that. If it was a 2024 first, which would make our trip to Detroit for the draft suck a little bit, with 2024 first for DeForest Buckner or something like that, I wouldn't hate it. If they've decided that they think they're good enough to win the Super Bowl right now, but they need one more piece, go for it.
So who's getting shot? Chris Jones is getting shot. Well, not getting shot, but he's in contract hell, and they need to sort that out. So are we saying DT here? I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? That's like, you get a good, like Ash says, you get a good sort of 3-tech guy in, and then you can sort of use Aleem and Broderick more where they're meant to be. Then that's like, all of a sudden, there are no glaring errors in this team anywhere, like at all. It's ready and primed to go. So, I mean, who else is getting shopped, or who else is in the...
So Brian Shook brings up an interesting player for this in the YouTube chat. He says Clowney ? And I feel like as a free agent signing, that could be the right level. If it's a free agent signing, I feel like if it's a trade, it has to be bigger.
Yeah.
But a former number 1 overall pick coming to Detroit on a reasonable contract could be enough. Maybe.
This might be a hot take. Clowney wouldn't make the team for me.
I don't think he would, because the edge room's stacked, and he sort of
stacked,
plays a bit further out. I wouldn't be giving up major assets for an edge player, really.
Yeah.
You'd have to have some sort of inside versatility to be able to justify a trade of this magnitude. Or if, again, we're speaking hypothetically, but like you say, like it's been presented, it is something that is like, people are going to take notice of this. So... What else is getting shot right now?
Scott going on the first round defensive lineman, and this is someone I've mentioned before. And if it is this, I would actually be disappointed, but at the same time, I can understand it. Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, I don't think the reaction would be that, though.
Exactly, the reaction. Yeah, exactly. I'll be very disappointed if it is, but it makes sense. He's former first rounder. He played at college under John Scott Jr., and he is that pass rushing 3-tech that we're looking for. I would be very disappointed if it is him, but I'm looking right now.
I think the reactions would be so overblown and teasing for that. It would be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But again, I see the logic to it, and that's why we both independently, I think, brought it up before. But David Reinfeldt makes an interesting point about it potentially being JMO, because he said JMO missed practice on Friday and no one knew why. It was so I don't think it was an injury-related absence. It was just unexplained. What if he was called in by the league?
True, yeah.
I can kind of buy that.
I can buy that, yeah. Or do you want me to put the cats amongst the pigeons with 2 people with expiring contracts?
Hope it. You know what? I just hope it's not Devin White.
Oh, that would be so. I'd be so mad.
That's been rearing its head again recently.
So, how about, since we talk about books, there's a certain book who's an expiring contract this year, and we have mentioned him
Vita
on
Vea.
previous podcasts. No, offensive side of the ball. Mike Evans.
Oh,
on expiring deal.
shit.
He's on an expiring deal this year.
That I would I would bust. I would get very excited at my desk. Let's just put it that way.
I am totally not just sitting here on Spot Track looking.
I need that Archer meme back. I would spam the Archer meme if Mike Evans came here. I could get behind. I would give up a first for him. I don't care. I would give up a first. I would give him a ton of money. I would bring him here, and I would have the best offense in the NFC.
I'm going to change your name to Simping for Mike Evans.
I changed my names, thank you. That is my thing.
Mm-hmm.
So he is due
and you're getting it wrong.
This year.
And you're getting it wrong, Matt. It's Mike Martin. Get it right.
I'm so sorry. Cool Down Rat said, would Sue be a big enough deal? I think for the storyline, I think that it would provide enough, but I think it's on the low end of expectation. But I think if it was that, I can see them selling what they've teased.
Okay, then. So maybe not trade. So alternate theories to trade. Goff got a contract?
Goff being re-signed would be one of those things.
Jonah.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jonah. I don't think Jonah would classify. I love Jonah, but I don't know if that's Earth. The Goff getting a contract would be earth-shattering, because that's like, right, they're locked in with him now, and they're getting it done before the season.
Ben Sheila does some witch magic and gets Ben Johnson to sign a blood oath to stay a Detroit Lion coach forever.
I know what it could be.
Go on in.
The unveiling of our brand new, as of 2024, black uniforms.
Yes.
Yeah, baby. That is earth-shattering as it gets.
The Royal Lions UK podcast get revealed as the official international Lions podcast.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's big news.
Does that mean credentialed? Does that mean I can interview Jordan Travis when we pick him at 132 in this year's draft?
Sure.
Why would you be interviewing a Packers draft pick?
What are you saying, that this Packers going to win the Super Bowl then?
I said the Packers are going to draft him in the first round. I already called this.
I said 132. I know you have, and it would make me cry. It would literally make me cry. I will be there. We'll be there watching it live. He would come out. I'm going to turn around, go to the nearest toilet, and just cry for 10 minutes.
I would give up Jordan Travis being a first rounder for that to happen. That is the world I would allow that to happen.
Right, people, what I'm going to do is I'm going to round up this show for the audio pod, because I want to keep that contained for the on-topic stuff. If you want to continue with the conversation, you can join the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat, resume from about 2 hours, 24 minutes in, and you'll hear the remainder of our conversation on who the hell this might be or what the hell this is. But for now, let's wrap up the audio show. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, stick with us while we go through this. Next episode, Monday, August 14th. I've said 15th, but it is definitely the 14th. Training Camp Week 3 in review and pre-season Game 1 review. Cottage Podcast, Mountain West Part 2 was last week. This week, Ant, remind us again?
Yeah, time permitting, it'll be the American that we're doing this week. It's just taking a very, very, very long time to prepare, so we'll see.
And then this Friday night, midnight UK time, 7 p.m. Eastern time, Lions Giants preseason game 1 live stream reaction show. Me, Ash, maybe some others. Come and watch the game with us, see the reactions. I know a lot of the guys who watched along with us last year spoke very highly of that show, so I hope you come and join us for that. Watch the Lions, mainly backup guys, fight for their roster spot on the 53. Otherwise, on the socials, you can follow us on Royal the Lions UK on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And the group on Facebook for worldwide fans is Detroit Lions Fans UK, One Pride Worldwide. The website, rotluk.com. Please don't forget to subscribe. Rate us 5 stars, so show us some love on the reviewing websites and YouTube, Twitch, all that stuff. You know how much that helps us out. So appreciate you guys and all that I've shown tonight. We will see you for the Cottage Show and then for pre-season game 1. But for now, let's go Lions One Pride!
One
All
pride.
right.
Recording stopped.
And Chromon has just said, "Can I get the Discord link?" And yes, you can, my good sir. I'll just get the link for you now.
This is just mean doing this while we're on stream.
It is, yeah.
It's like I'm trying to do my college prep, and it's like I'm not like taking my eyes off Twitter right now. I'm not missing it. Whatever.
It's
it
fine.
is.
I'm on there. You can. I'm literally sitting there. I will point out, with the Detroit Lions are currently the number one trending thing on the sports tab of Twitter/X, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. I mean, in the For You, I guess.
No,
You
you can
want
go
some
into
music?
sports. You can go into sports along the side. We're number one. We're above.
Sky Moore
we're-
is second.
Do you know what's fun? Do you know what's funny? I've just for a laugh, just gone onto NFL trade rumors to see if any talk about any top guys being shipped. And the top story: Patriots working out Trey Flowers. It's actually on there. You can check that. That is not me. That is not me doing that. I've already got my jokes out of the way today. It's the first story on there. It's like, well, maybe he goes back. The only other names are Calais Campbell, Isaiah.
I'm going to be back in 2 minutes, folks.
Fair, Campbell being up on there makes sense because he's just come off PUP.
Oh, Tom's instigating in the chat. He goes, bring back Trey. Oh, for the highlights, we would have a show that lasted 0 seconds.
This is not to do with it unless they're suddenly revoking the Seahawks thing last year. Seahawks QB Geno Smith avoids reckless driving charge. He was speeding, had alcohol and THC in his system.
Oh, Jesus. Was that just dropped?
5 hours ago by NFL Draft Diamonds. So I don't know how reputable it is, but
they've got the guy who's really. They've got the guy we don't like.
it was back in 2022. It was last year.
No, I don't.
But yeah, Daniel Kelly.
Yeah, he writes for them and he's awful.
He is.
I can't remember the last hit piece he did on us, but I remember arguing with him on Twitter about it.
Wasn't it the Penne one where he said, "Oh yeah, Penne will never."
Oh yeah, he said Penne's a bust. After 2 games, he was one of those guys who went in right after him, and it didn't go on.
Oh, so this is I'm just scrolling. This is on Twitter. If Saint rookie Jake Hainer continues to impress, Jameis Winston figures to be expendable.
You know what? A lot of the rookie QBs have been doing really well. Aiden O'Connell's been getting rave reviews by the Raiders. Yeah, I think Aiden can supplant Jimmy Garoppolo there because they are the same. They are the exact same quarterback. Aiden O'Connell. They are pocket passers who just have no instinct to want to run the ball. But when it comes to their passing, I mean, I would even argue that Aiden's passing's better than Jimmy's if Aiden gets up to the level he needs to be.
Aiden can take it better because Jimmy, he's a pretty face, but he shatters like glass.
Yeah. So a lot of these guys are really doing well. But that's one of my dark horse things for the season. I reckon Aiden O'Connell can beat out Jimmy Garoppolo and be a starter by the end of the year. Whether he does well or not remains to be seen. But I don't know. I'm just, what the hell is this? Don't tell us, especially when we're on air. It's like
Rashawn Gary and Grant Dubois have both passed their physicals
That's bad news. Don't want Rashawn Gary playing for the Packers. He's just really damn good.
So it's Grant. I remember when before he declared for the draft, he entered himself into the transfer portal, and I know FSU was sniffing around him. He's really good, deep threat kind of guy.
Yeah. Brent goes, Flowers back to New England. Are they giving him $90 million? That would be hilarious. That would be the most hilarious contract in the NFL after Kirk Cousins. Tom goes, must be entering the Lions Ring of Honor. Maybe retired number. I don't know.
I would be disappointed if it's that.
Whose number's to be retired? Whose number are you retiring? I don't think there's anyone really worthy of a number retirement. So I don't know. I'm not on Twitch at the minute, by the way, so...
I know mine.
If you're saying I'll go on to Twitch. You got anything you want to ask us while we're doing this sort of little bit after the show where we're waiting for this news to drop, then please put them in and we will answer them as we go. alone.
Calton?
I've
Calvin
literally
hasn't
got
had his.
about 30 screens open, 30 tabs open at the minute, and it's going all over the place.
I know how you feel.
These college podcast things are ridiculous. I need so many pages up for them.
Especially because you said you do numerical, aren't you? So that's a big one.
It took me 2.5 hours to do my review for the Charlotte 49ers today because there was nothing on them. My favorite college pod hasn't done a review on them yet, and then the college football news one is just an absolutely shitty preview which gives you nothing. So I've had to do it all myself, and I got about 10 sites I used to get all the information from. It's such a pain. David Rafford goes, "Oh, Aurora Lions, you get yeah." Oh, we could be EU scouts. I'd love to do some scouting over here for the Lions.
Oh, same.
If they could train me on how to scout properly, I'd go over to Germany and do some scouting for them. I'd go and scout D linemen. I love watching D linemen play ball.
I'll do secondary.
I love watching D linemen play ball. It's my favorite thing when we do all these shows, the rookie reviews and that. I love watching linemen. So, Quirky Zick said, Chris just went live, so we should continue discussion. Yeah, we'll probably go up. Matt will raid him soon. We'll go over to them. We're just giving it a few minutes to see if anything drops. I know you weren't being serious, Tom, but I hope you're doing well anyhow, Tom. I miss you and your London charm. I hope everything's going well for you. It's probably in Colombia or something at the minute. Tom's in a different country every time we talk to him, so I hope you're doing well, Tom. God, I don't know. Can't find a single thing here.
All I'm seeing.
Brent goes, pisses me off. Do you agree, Anthony? Rashawn Gary was terribly underutilized at Michigan. Yes, he was. He's the best head. In fact, no, I can't say that because we've got Aiden. But yeah, he was terribly underutilized there. When he came out, I remember Packers fans absolutely detesting the fact they picked him so high. But he's worked. If it weren't for the injury last year, he's an absolute stud. So
It's a 2020 in 2021. So the season before I got injured, he led the NFL in pressures.
Yeah,
remember right now.
Yeah, no, Rashawn Gary he's a great player. Unfortunately for us, because he's going to give us a lot of problems as years go by. He's had a year off. It depends how this injury's done for him. Because obviously missing a year out's a big thing regardless. If he can't return to the form he had before, then that'd be a big loss for them. Sorry, Matt. I didn't realise you were back.
No, it's all right, mate. Don't worry.
What were you saying?
No. Don't worry. I was going to say something and then it was stupid, so I decided not to say it. Yeah, so Kurt Steele has just confirmed that he's talked to Eric Schlitt and he said some big news is coming and he's just waiting on confirmation before the news is released. So, the big
emergency midnight podcast I'm feeling here when it's broken.
I'll probably be awake, so.
Well, I will be. I've got to work all throughout the night to get this college stuff done, and tomorrow. If I work all the way through from now till about 5 tomorrow, so about 20 hours, I should get it done. I might have to halve it again this week. Even Gary's mother said they weren't using it properly. Well, I don't know about you, Brent, but I'm guessing that every college prospect's parent says their player's not used enough. Unless they're like a bona fide first teamer. But I don't know. I've not looked at Michigan really this much this year yet, but all I've heard is that every member of their D-line could be drafted. I think that's the boast this year. But I know some of the guys who've left in the offseason, some of them actually weirdly ended up in the American. It's like, how the hell are they dropping out of the Power 5? If they're dropping out of the Power 5, then there's some serious depth on that Michigan line this year. Like, really, really good. And there's actually, for the Michigan fans out there, there's big links to the American this year. Biff Poggi's down there this year. He's head coach in Charlotte. And I know Bruce Feldman did a piece on him recently, and he said he'd been pivotal in Harbaugh's reign getting better at Michigan. If it wasn't for him, then it could have gone really wrong. So Michigan's shipping a lot of talent to the American this year.
What's the bet? As soon as we turn off and raid Chris, it's going to come out.
Oh, of course it'll go live when Pride of Detroit are on. Not what we're on.
Yeah, reading Pride of Detroit's Discord is interesting this evening, should we say.
Well,
yeah.
if even Mike doesn't know, then this is really tight-lipped because Mike's usually gotten in and knows things that are going on.
Specifically, that's Micro Mike rather than Mike Payton.
Oh, so you were talking about it's been credentialed. Technically, Lions Nation United is credentialed now.
Yeah, true.
We are by default. So, and no one in that lot knows. So this has been kept really, really... This is a trade of some form. It must be. This is the only thing, or Goff's extension. I believe those two are the only legitimate excuses for something like this. Is you're extending your quarterback to a big deal, or you're making a trade which they consider to be league moving. Because we're already one of the better teams out there, and there's very few positions where we need a bona fide superstar, which it sounds like they're going after. But I mean, what's the cap situation? We've still got plenty of cap left this year, don't we?
Not a massive amount. We have got 19 million in cap space.
Oh, thank you, Quirky. He shouted us out on Chris's stream about Mike Evans. That's the one. That's the one that would really excite me. Can you imagine Mike Evans, Jameson Williams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown in 11 personnel? We're just having them out there.
That would be deadly. One that I could see happening, but perhaps won't get announced until after this week. Imagine if we trade for Dexter Lawrence.
We'd be unstoppable.
I did have a look at Dexter Lawrence, but he's got a deal for a while, so I just don't see it happening.
Hasn't he only just signed there?
He has. He's got 4 years left.
Was it like a 5-year, $90 million deal he did, or something like that?
Yeah.
It was Trey Flowers money. Sorry, 90 million was the first contract that came to my head. Not that many $90 million deals flying around, so. I know. The thing is, I know you mentioned there in Twitch about keeping money open for roster moves, but if you believe this is it, then
you go for it and just deal with the consequences down the line. I know, but I'm just saying they've aspired to keeping 10 million.
They do, but you know the cap situation in future years is very healthy, so you can afford to be a bit fiscally not irresponsible, but fiscally brave this year and not suffer the consequences long term. If you get what I mean, there's still a lot of house money to be played with, and of course the league, the salary cap, the salary cap's slated to go up by about 30 million next year. There's meant to be a big leap in salary cap in upcoming years, especially with all the new TV deals and that coming in. They said 1 year that the leap could be as much as 30 million, like that it's going up by. So you got a lot of extra space there. Boy, oh man, if that's a Goff deal, gee, woof, they would be painting their colours on the mast, as they say. That would be like, you know, you are riding and dying by him now. But
yeah,
maybe that's what you want your quarterback to feel. Maybe that's what makes him play to an elite level if they finally commit to him properly. Because we've always known this is a 2-year trial for Goff. Well, yeah, we always knew it was a 2-year trial. He's had his 2 years. Now you gotta make up your mind about it.
Just feel like that would be a letdown as well. Really, I feel like people would be like, "How are you teasing?"
Think that would be?
I think that people on Twitter would say you're teasing the fact that we're keeping a player, and it's a letdown. And I would share that feeling.
Paul Downright says, like Brady, perhaps Brian Hoyer is buying a stake in Aston Villa.
I mean, we don't need the money. We've got enough. We're not like this stinky Birmingham shitty who actually needed the money, but
no, they need a player with trophies so they can borrow some for the cabinet.
Brent suggests again Teddy Bridgewater, but for me, it has to be a starter caliber player, and Teddy just isn't.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, a backup quarterback to his degree is big for this team, but not earth-shatteringly big. Not bring Twitter into an absolute buzz news. I think we've narrowed it down here. Who else?
So instead of postulating about this for now, I'm just going to take a minute to talk about the content that is coming up for us through the season, and maybe that'll buy us a little bit of time here. So we're coming into week 1 in just over a month's time exactly, and our plan is to be live during every game, to react to every game. Now, that's obviously permitting being available for those dates, but I can confirm that I've booked off every morning after every primetime game already. I don't have to start until 10 a.m. and primetime games finish at 4:30 in the morning, so I can at least get some sleep before work. We are going to have preview shows on Thursday, or jiggery pokery with some Thursday games. It might be a preview on Wednesday. Review on Sunday games will be on a Monday. If they're Thursday games, it might be Friday. We're going to make it work. So you'll get 2 regular episodes every single week, and you'll get a live show during the game as well. If you want to see some more content from us, we'd love to hear your suggestions. So if you put it in the live chat, or if you put it in the feedback form, which is in the YouTube description down below, we'd love to hear from you about what you think that we could do in the season. Frankly, we do a lot for people who will work full time, so time is slightly restricted. But if we get a good idea, believe me, I'm going to do it. I mean, the stuff that me and Ant have been doing the last month with the tape breakdowns have been some of the most fun I've had recently doing Lion stuff. So I'm looking ahead to more content and that sort of thing. So if you've got any ideas, let us know. Boys?
I mean, if for example, you want a full, complete and utter tape breakdown on I don't know, KJ Jefferson, for example, if we want something, then I'll do that for you. We'll do all sorts. But I'm sorry, I'm just been biased. I'm going to do it anyhow, regardless of whether you want it or not. So I'm just looking for a legitimate excuse to do that. But no, the content this year, I think it's gonna be really good. Obviously, you get my legendary tweet streams back on game days. They're my favorite thing of the entire year. I can't wait for them to come back. They will be back on Friday. Like, I specifically will also be making sure I'm not working this year. Sometimes last year I did. This year it's a non-negotiable with work. I get Sunday nights off regardless. I'm not working them. I'm coming and I'm doing this. So, dear.
I don't know why, and I'm sure this isn't related. Jameson Williams' tweets aren't loading on Twitter. I saw someone say that, and genuinely there are no tweets on Twitter.
Yep. And I'm going to check.
Have we considered the prospect of us making a trade out rather than a trade in?
Don't you put... No, you take that back. You take that back. You take that back.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
Just unsay it. Suck back in that air that you have used to breathe out those words and swallow them.
Gonna make it worse. He's taken the Lions out of his bio on Instagram. Because I've just checked Insta.
Oh, that's what all players do, though.
But this isn't a contract issue.
Yeah. Please no.
No, because if that was, I think there'd be more doom mongering otherwise. If that was the case,
it's happening and it's starting right now. JMO's Twitter is no longer loading; is starting to trend.
Let's stop this, please. He's reconfiguring his bio. He's going to put number 2 wide receiver in Detroit after Mike Evans. JMO's probably doing this for a laugh. He's probably at home going, you know what, let's get people worked up. There's lots happening here.
It does feel like the teasing is excitement, and I don't think people would be excited about this.
This is the teasing that I get, when... No, let's not go there.
Quirky Zirkus just said JMO for Mike Evans.
I mean, no,
No.
no,
No.
no, 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 no,
No.
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 Oh God, someone's put what's this? What's Taib just
Yeah, I saw
posted?
that as well.
It's happening. He's just a troll. Don't worry about that. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Cool Down Rat just said it could be something worse, but they sounded excited.
No, they
sounded
are excited. They are excited.
Oh man.
Carl Collins Productions suppose he knows what's going on. So the
Carl.
guy.
Oh, don't say that this is Carl getting the media job there. I love Carl.
No, it
but-
can't be that.
No.
It can't be that.
It can't be that.
There's
Someone
no-
else has tweeted.
there's no
you are
way.
all blocked. Yeah, someone else tweeted. You are all blocked if your cryptic tweets are about Teddy Bridgewater.
I don't know what to do with myself. I'm meant to be going to bed.
Well,
I've got work
you know,
in
It's
the
fine.
morning.
You do that because you know I'm probably going to be up to like 2 a.m.
No. I want to stay up. I don't care. This is too
Join
important.
me.
This is
I have
too
a-
fucking important.
I have a 9-pack of monsters down now. I can go for days if needs be.
Okay, people were going mad in the YouTube chat because of what we've just said about that. I didn't
that's
discover
why you
it.
should suck that breath back in and take those words.
I did
out
it.
of
I
the-
did it already. I know, but you can't take it back. It's unfortunate, but there you go. And also, it wasn't me that put it out into the universe. It was devoted to Detroit. I give him his credit. I got to feel like it's going to be that his suspension is at least reduced. It feels like that might be the thing.
Yeah. Maybe he's taking it out for newly reinstated Lions wide receiver.
Oh, I'd like that.
You know, not just Lions anymore. It's, Lions week 1, baby. Baby.
If that happens.
You know what? I don't. If this is JMO's suspension getting reduced, that is big enough news for me, because then that means this team is fully healthy and ready to go for this season. Like, its core group of players is ready to go and kick everybody's ass. I mean, can you imagine how the Chiefs are going to feel knowing that he's out there?
Exactly. They've gone up. They've had Tyreek Hill for donkey's years to train their way to Dolphins. They had McCall Hardman, except he hasn't worked out. So
Now look what you've done. You've got people on Twitter quoting us saying that. Well done.
I know. I
Where?
know.
Hang on, we're famous.
No, it's just
No.
Michael saying, "Oh, I've just heard it on their stream."
Yeah.
Well, you see what you've done now. You're
I'm
not the spreaders of
sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
not.
I am not sorry.
You are the
Right.
spreader.
I'm not sorry. Michael, you absolute legend. I don't believe in fate. So the fact that Ant's are going, "Oh, suck it back in," doesn't matter what I do. It's already happened. I can't speak anything to the universe. Whatever's happened has already happened. So don't look at me. You know what? If it happened, I'd be really sad, but it'd be funny shit. Just for Ant's reaction now.
What do you mean it'd be funny? You would have that happen to this franchise just to make me sad. That is how much.
Cromons just said it's game over, which I absolutely love.
That would be a banging name for an article.
Yep, that deserves a little clap. I love it.
Oh, see, now I'm looking at if he stays and he gets a game-winning touchdown, I'm naming the article afterwards. They think it's Jamova. It is now.
Oh, feeding into the British-American connection. I love it.
Exactly.
David Reinfeldt just said, walk-off touchdown against the Packets. It's game over. Yes.
Oh.
Quirky Zerky just said, we're trading JMO and a first for Devontae Adams. Which would
No,
be...
please no. I hate
If we traded JMO for Devontae Adams straight up, I wouldn't hate it. I'm just putting that out there in the world. The best wide receiver for potentially in the league.
I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to. I mean, if this was for Mike Evans, and just saying, would I give him up for Mike Evans for right now? I'd have trouble lying to you and saying no. I think I would. This is just not funny anymore. It's like, why are you doing this to us? Roger Goodell wants JMO scoring touchdowns over. Yes, Brent, he does. So Brent, Uncle Roger should get his head out his ass and he always wants what's best for the NFL. What's best for the NFL is JMO playing week 1, scoring 4 touchdowns, and then being the new poster child for the NFL, along with the Detroit Lions being the new poster team. That is what is called, as Paul Heyman would say, best for business. So do it, Uncle Roger. Alvin Kamara went and cried to him and got his suspension reduced. I mean, let's just stick on this for a minute. People this week, players in the NFL this week have been charged with knocking the 7 bells out of somebody, domestic violence, and no one is serving a suspension longer than Jameson Williams. It's like, what kind of sick world do you live in where and this is this isn't a violation of gambling rules. This is just, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but he's pressed a button on a phone, not pressed a fist in somebody's face or in a woman's face or something like that. And he's serving more of a suspension than them.
Anthony Fitzpatrick, you absolute swonk.
What?
Pointed out by Matthew Turner, not endorsed by the rest of the podcast. You bastard.
I'm not having you drop us in. I'm not having you dropping us in this. I am defending I'm defending this podcast. Individual member opinions do not apply. That's why I use my own when it comes to most of them. It made Michael laugh, so hey, it's all about that stuff there. Anyhow, you took me off my rant there.
Yep.
The fact is, JMO's suspension is too long and too egregious. If we're basing it on a scale of morality as to what constitutes crime and how serious it is, JMO should be serving 1 game compared to some of these. I mean, do you see what happened to the guy that Kamara and his posse beat up? I mean, he looked like he was about to die. And it's like, he goes and cries to Uncle Roger. Oh, yeah, of course, Alvin. You play for the Saints, a popular team. You're one of the most popular players in the league. We ain't going to keep you out for too long. It's JMO. Oh, yeah, give him 6 games. Press the button on a phone. Screw him. Nothing to this league. This rank hypocrisy really pisses me off. It's like PEDs, 4 games. You are literally cheating the system and getting an advantage on your opponents, and you get less of a punishment than betting on a college football game.
It is a joke. It is a sick joke. I get it. The money is the most important thing to the NFL, and that is the thing that puts the risk of the money. So you want to punish that most harshly. But on a fundamental human, moral level, it's against everything which is right. Really. So make it right. Do not need the suspension to be that long. If it's against the rules and you do it in an isolated way once, there's nothing wrong with a 1-game ban. I have a sliding scale. If you make 300 bets, full game ban. If you make 50 bets, 6-game ban. If you make 1 bet, 1 game. Come on, we could have some sort of proportionality here.
Exactly. It's weird. And I've put out the tweet on there saying if this is not a trade for Mike Evans or up to and including that, I'm going to be annoyed. And
you do not speak on behalf of the podcast, sir.
I said, well, I do actually. I am the voice of that, so I do. Someone has put, why the hell would we want him? Why the hell would
someone
we
doesn't
want
watch football?
Mike Evans, the receiver who has posted 1,000 yards plus every single season of his career, is the most disrespected wide receiver in the entire NFL and is exactly everything that we don't have in a receiver on this team. Literally the one black hole in our receiving core is what Mike Evans is. He would make... Theoretically, if we traded for Mike Evans right now, we are... screw the NFC North. I would put us as having one of the best teams in the NFC, period. That's NFC Championship team caliber. That is what he makes you. That's why. I'll get back to that later. How many receivers do we need? Oh, I've got a perfect gift for this.
I've just seen Ryan's Instagram story with Hank feeling sorry for himself, and I feel very sorry for that little dude and the
what's
dog.
Up with Hank? What's up with Hank? Is he alright?
Hank had the snip.
Oh, no, I thought something bad had happened.
No, just feeling sorry for himself. If you had your balls chopped off, you feel sorry for yourself as well.
Well, I mean, I've forgotten what it's like to use them, so maybe not.
Ow. John Whittaker just absolutely scarred me. Wow. I'm just refreshing Twitter and I see this. Hang on. Lions signed free agent running back Adrian Peterson.
Oh,
I had a mini heart attack. You can see me going there like, no, not again. We're calling an ambulance not for me. Oh, God.
Adrian Peterson has retired now.
Adrian Peterson comes out of retirement.
See, I love this comment from Tom. Fans will be calling for Matt to get the Hank treatment after his vicious rumour spreading this evening. Yes, Tom, I agree. And Tom's part of the panel, so that's part of the democracy here.
What are your Vel trending?
Oh, I can't handle this much longer.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting and we're stalling for time, how about the list of next year's Hall of Famers, the inductees, the guys who can be there, but we sort of had our comments about this on there, but are any of those guys going to get into the Hall of Fame?
The more I think about it, the more I think that Julius Peppers has a shot of being first ballot.
Yeah. Same.
So
he's the only one.
So the list is Julius Peppers, Antonio Gates, Andrew Luck, Eric Berry, Jamal Charles, Brandon Marshall, Haloti and Garter, Jordy Nelson, screw you, Packers legend, Doug Baldwin, and Adam Jones.
So I think
Jordy Nelson's not just a Packers legend, he's also a Raiders legend.
Haloti is legitimately such a good player and so underrated. I really think he's got a shot, but not first ballot. It might take him 10 years, but I think Natta will go in.
I said that Julius would have the best shot. I do think Julius might. What will destroy... If Luck gets anywhere near it, that will destroy the reputation forever. I don't know why he's involved on these lists. He's done absolutely nothing to be considered for the Hall of Fame.
Quirky Zerky says Antonio Gates is getting in as first-time ballot.
Ooh,
I could see it.
I mean, Gates is a top 5 tight end all time. So, on that basis, maybe he should. He wasn't the most gifted tight end, but he did what he did, and it was unbreakable. You could not defend what he did. So, I remember him so fondly, and he was very much at the back end of his career when I started watching the game, and that was 12 years ago. No, 15 years ago. Whatever. Time's funny.
So, who were we saying? Where is he?
Mike has just hinted that he knows what it is.
So, okay, well, while we're waiting, so Pro Football Reference, they have their list of like the Hall of Fame monitor, what they call it, to get in the Hall of Fame. So the score they have, if you're gonna have a chance of getting in there, is 100. The average Hall of Fame DT has a Hall of Fame monitor of 105. Haloti Nagata is at 64.5. He is like way below what they substantiate is a way for getting in the Hall of Fame. But then I don't see Aaron Donald. Otherwise, he's at 146. He's the second graded. He's the second highest graded one of all time. He's obviously going to get in there, but Sue, interestingly, is 84.5. So he's getting there, but not quite there.
I think because he's got the 2 rings, but he hasn't really, and he's got defensive rookie of the year. But other than that, he's never really been like a big stat sheet guy, has he?
Someone on Twitter says that's a nothing burger. JMO deleted all his tweets a while ago when the media was spewing their negativity.
Just want to interrupt by saying thank you to Dan Pass, subscribing to Tier 1 for his 17th month in a row, saying, hey guys, I'm bursting with anticipation on this news.
Me
Thank
too,
you,
Dan.
Dan.
Me too.
I'm gonna start bringing this into the world. Mike Evans is a Detroit Lion. Mike Evans is a Detroit Lion. Mike Evans is a Detroit Lion.
If you keep doing that, then people are actually going to believe that's it and will lose credibility as a show. I get that you want to speak it into the universe, but let's not do this.
Well, you've already shot our credibility, so I'm just shooting it further.
Hey! I did not at all. I didn't even speculate that that was a thing. I think it could be the suspension being reduced on the basis of what I said. You read into that, not me. David Reinfoot just said, who is Mike Evans? I love the way it's worded. MY space Kevins.
My Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin Hurst. Great Chesterfield winger from back in the day.
Lots of people starting to tweet about Chase Young, but I think it's more hope.
No. And
I
let me think.
I think that could be fun.
Okay, so this has been updated.
Everyone free. Oh god, I just got done by that someone quote tweeting the Adrian Peterson signing.
13, 14,
Oh.
15, 16,
And panic. And freak out.
Mike goes, you guys need to get some rest. It's not that bad. It's only 20 past 10 here. It's
Rest
not that bad.
or beer.
We live for this. This is what we chose when we made the commitment to support a sport in another country to the degree we do. We had to make sacrifices, and these are the sacrifices that we make. I'm just annoyed because I'm not doing any work now whatsoever because I'm supposed to be doing college stuff and I'm doing nothing.
So Brent DeWitt just said, Anthony, what score do they give for dying on the field? I think that's 2 points, right? Same as the safety?
Scored for what? Dying on the field.
Dying on the field, yeah. One Pride 0427 says, in response to my comment about Chase Young, he said, could be fun, ? It'd be insanity.
But how would you get them all on the field? Chase Young, Aiden Hutchinson, James Houston, Josh Pascal, Romeo Aquara, Charles Harris. It's like, what are you going to do? Play 2 NASCAR packages on like 2 DBs or no linebackers? I mean, that'd be fun, but you'd need... You know, screw it. Should we just do that? Just put like 4 big... Just put Bugs, McNeil, Martin, and Benito... Like 4 of them just stuff in the center of the offensive line and then send in 2 NASCAR packages after a quarterback. Like just have nobody in the backfield whatsoever. That could be something.
Hi there, we're playing a 920 package.
You've just literally got 2 guys stood back there and hoping that they don't breach the line. And then that's that. I mean, it could be fun, but why are you recording this?
I'm not recording it. Someone said, where's your soundboard? So I was just seeing what I had.
I hate hearing
We may
myself
need a
in
little
repeat.
bit more
But...
girth up front.
It plays you, does it?
It does.
Yeah,
Oh, no, then I just heard the more girth up front, Dan.
we love some girth up front.
But
Tom loves girth. Tom's in the chat. Girth for Tom.
girth for Tom. Jesus. I really thought if I pressed computer audio, it wouldn't do that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh no. Let's go back.
Screen sharing.
Whoops.
Don't want people to see what tabs are open.
Nothing wrong with that for me. I've got a thread open from the forums I frequent, which is a fight thread showing off the best fights on the internet available. That's the most offensive thing I have open at the moment.
So what everyone's doing now is they're retweeting Lions things from the past, like trying to bring it up as new news. So have you seen Eric King's everything King started now. He's bought one up from 2013 when we signed Kickalicious.
I've met Everything King. He's a sound fucking guy.
I thought you were about to say you've met Kickalicious then. I'm like, that's...
No, but King was part of who Herman brought together when I went over, and he's a dude. He's a real dude. I can't wait for you guys to meet him, though. I'm hoping that Herman has enough time for us when we go out.
Yeah.
I really hope so. I need to actually make sure that they are aware that we're coming. It's definitely happening, and we need to meet up before or after the draft. In fact, after the draft, we'd probably be less busy.
You know,
Ah.
the more I think about this, the more I think we're getting skunked.
By skunked, do you mean it's a ruse?
Yeah, we're getting like
Because
nasty stuff
I'm
thrown
not
in our
aware
face.
of the phrase "we've been skunked."
You get like when you get sprayed by a skunk with instead of bad smells, it's bad information. You've been skunked.
See, the only type of skunk I know is the type you smoke.
Wow, I did not
See,
take
the
you
only
for
kind
that
of-
sort of person.
Exactly. The only kind of skunk I know is Pepe Le Pew.
So
Wow.
I used to smoke like 5 to 10 joints a day, every day for like 3 years. I was a proper dope head.
That would explain some of your views.
Legalize everything. One Prado
Well, judging by your interpretation of the DPR rule, you want to legalize all forms of contact, up to and including hugging him and kissing him, and you wouldn't call it.
Is it kissing without consent though? That's what I'm saying. One Prado 427 just said it's the return of Eric Ebron.
Oh my god, please no.
I'm here for it so much.
I swear to God, if it is, I'm buying a plane ticket on the next plane ticket over. I'm
But-
going to come
but-
over there.
But
And-
if it isn't excitement, if it's bewilderment, the reaction would be the same. And so I could buy that it would be something that's like, the hell is happening?
Nick
Maybe-
Williams
maybe-
is signed as new defensive coordinator.
David Reinfeldt just
Okay.
said, what if it's a new stadium?
What if it's Calvin coming out of retirement to play for us? 'cause we owe him
So
money?
that was something on the level of something I was considering saying, and then I was like, no, I'm not going to say that because that's stupid. Dan Passenger said, I'm a dope head too, just not that much, mate. Oh, yeah, I used to love a bit of weed, man. Make a blooming den fort in my bedroom at university, smoke a few J's, eat a curry, mong out, watch Star Trek, don't go to lectures, stay around my girlfriends pretty much all year. It was great. It sounds really sad, but it was such a good time.
Oh, Brent was talking about Hall of Fame points for that thing. For so where?
Brent,
Right, hang on. I want to
thanks,
see
Brent,
where-
man. Thank you. It does explain a lot. I do lose my train of thought sometimes. Like, words do disappear from my head, but I think it's probably the drinking rather than anything else. I haven't smoked a joint in like 6 years, 7 years.
All right, so back to the Hall of Fame monitor thing. For DNs, it's 104. Julius Peppers 119.75. So he's well above the average Hall of Fame DN monitor points. JJ Watt is 127. He's obviously going in.
Cromon just said
Nice.
leaked insight for the new unis next year. That is not big enough for this. People wouldn't be reacting like this for that. It can't be. It would be so utterly disappointing if it was. Sorry, Ant, you carry on.
No. Julius Peppers and JJ Watt are the only guys above the required number at the minute, although this is just a barometer, it's not an exact science. But everyone above that is it. Next guys after that, Calais Campbell, less than 80.
Cool Down Raptor said, is Matt sponsored by Calvin's Weed? No. I do want to meet Calvin, and I would definitely have a smoke with him, but no, I am not sponsored by him or his dispensary.
Or his dispensary.
He does own dispensaries, doesn't he?
I know he does. He's got a
He
lot.
does, yeah.
I hate refreshing like this.
So it's been fun for me. I've just gone.
I just
past
I just feel like we're not doing. We've got people watching us. I feel like we're not doing a good job yet, but like we're trying.
Oh, I think we're
staying
doing a
on
great job.
We're staying on deliberately.
Well,
David goes, the Bears have been deleted from the NFL. I would love that.
I mean,
You know what? I have never wanted a team in like my history of supporting the NFL to fail harder than the Bears right now. There would be nothing greater for me than to see their spirit broken by this team completely and utterly failing. And I mean that with passion.
I will just say, for the people who are watching, if any of them are frustrated about the lack of content coming out here, this is not the Hotel California. You can leave when you like. So I hope you're enjoying it. Chromon just said you're doing fantastic, so I'm good. I think we're doing great. Quirky Zucker said, imagine being in the days when the lines were irrelevant. So true.
Ooh. What is that? Oh, just check just hang on, Matt. Go into the LNU channel messages. Dan's in there. I don't know whether Dan's actually saying that's what it is, but have you seen what he's put?
If that's it, I don't even want to speak it into existence, but it feels right. Dan is clued up.
Maggie says before, the only thing I'm hearing is all rumours, nothing firm.
Yeah.
Well, Michael Mike's just tweeted.
Probably like the rest of us, just like, you better be telling the truth. I've got a list of people I'm blocking if this is nothing. Obviously, I'll never block Eric and that, but...
Yeah, so Mike's just speculating, much like everyone else. I mean... But...
Ooh. Now, the one Mike's just suggested, I wouldn't mind that at all.
So that is basically what Dan has suggested, though. It's exactly the same.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind that. That would actually be...
Chromon, I'm not going to speak this into existence, so... I don't want to be the guy who's also just saying shit. It's fine when we're just speculating, but now someone's actually tipping something and I don't want to say it.
Oh, wow. Did you see Aqib Talib's brother got 37 years in jail?
Yeah, I know. It's nuts.
Yikes. That is a long-ass time.
He killed someone, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a youth football coach during the game last year.
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at a tweet I've watched. That was really bad. I apologise. It was a funny tweet I'd just seen.
So the people on the Slack chat for the Detroit Lions podcast, who are usually a bit more in the know than everywhere else, also do not know what it is.
Yeah, Jeff has tweeted, Riz has tweeted, Dang, I spent most of the afternoon doing draft stuff after doing Giants-related stuff this AM. I missed my turn to speculate at something, in brackets, that won't happen.
That won't happen?
Yeah.
No, that he won't speculate.
Oh,
Not that nothing's happening, but he won't speculate. Not that nothing's happening.
And Jeremy said that he wasn't totally enamored with all the speculation either, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, so what's probably happened is the reporters the team knows they can trust have been told beforehand so they can pre-write as per usual. They've decided to hype the fans up a bit by tweeting about it, and then other people have caught on and tried to join the sort of train to get...
I thought Jeff was one of the more trusted guys, though.
We love Riz, but some of the stuff he has been told in the past by the team has now come out wrong, namely linebacker draft takes, the kicker stuff.
I mean, in fairness, with the linebacker stuff, we learned from Inside the Den that Campbell was not the original target. So if they'd have had it, if they had to pick where they would have, then Campbell
they would have
not
traded
have
up
been
for
picked.
Gibson. Yeah.
So yeah,
DW.
I mean, I can understand that Campbell was not the original pick, but oh no, he's put it in brackets. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mike
I've
says
seen something from the Mirror Football about the new rules that are coming in the Premier League this year, and they've called the goalkeeper one the Emi Martinez rule. That's quite funny to me.
Can't be a twat. That's a joke. I'm trying to
I
bait
know.
you. Don't
I
rise
know,
to
and
it.
I didn't even fall for it. So Jeff has now tweeted saying, "Okay, can I guess something? What? Let's see. Signing Goff to a $55 million per year extension with like 7 void years on it."
Yeah, Dan Pass just said John Whittaker retweeting the Adrian Peterson signing from 2020 is just mean. And it is.
Yeah, you should have seen my face when I was scrolling and saw that. I literally had a mini heart attack on screen.
I feel like it's gone past the point where there's not where something's not going to happen, because otherwise that's just bad form from the B writers to do something like that. It is bad form, and it will hurt their credibility going forward.
Exactly.
But none of them have speculated on what it is. All Eric did was post a "ooh," and all the other guy did was, or Mike Payson did was post a "look eyes." Those are the two tweets that have sparked all of this, and there's been nothing else.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's been anything bad. I think this is a fan base that is expectant, hopeful, and delirious. Would you not say that the Lions fans are basically delirious at the prospect of this season starting because of what might be, and they're just getting themselves carried away with this?
No,
they're riding on a crest of a wave.
You would expect people in position power to go, look, nothing's happening, simmer down. Like, they're not going to exacerbate it.
Dan has provided an alternative in the LNU chat for the player. Yeah, so I thought that would make you happy. So, yeah.
No.
One Friday 427. We are drunk on Kool-Aid. The hell we are.
I'll betray myself. Oh, now it's in Luke's chat.
Brent DeWitt just said, "Is this what they call clickbait?" I mean, we are running part of the video bait right here.
I mean, we're not.
Tom knows exactly what just happened in the YouTube chat. No, that's not it. That's not it. But that's... Oh, if it was Richie Grant, that would be great. That would be funny shit.
Oh yeah. You get to go with me around the local neighborhood while I ran doing a circuit of the...
I do love how all of the beat writers are being lumped in together. People saying, people fill me in on what's happening, and there are replies going, all the Lions beat writers are posting cryptic tweets, and it's like, it's literally two people, and they've only posted one thing each.
Well, I mean, but again, it should just be a simple answer. Everyone just goes, no, stop it. I think it's unfair. It's unfair to let it get to this point.
One Prido 427's got the answer.
What?
He knows what it is. Apparently, they're unveiling at Ford Field the Matt Patricia statue.
No, he hasn't got it. Scott's got it. Scott's got it. The Lions are splitting from the NFL and joining the Big Ten. I like that.
Yeah. Oh, finally, we're gonna win a championship. Oh. That'd be so good. But also, no.
See, that's what we started doing. We just started speculating as to what it could be, but like not in a we're telling you what it is way.
I hope that people will agree we're not doing this in a twatty way.
Yeah, we're just guessing.
We are just fans like you guys. This is all we do inside our heads, but we're verbalizing it because, man, I can't keep this inside my head.
You know, it's obviously going to come out like 2 minutes after we decide to give up and go off air.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm here all day. Hell, I can be here for a long time. I'm working from home tomorrow, and I don't need to start till 10. Fuck it.
Jeff said... So have you seen you know that Tim Brandon tweet I put when he goes, if it's the news coming out of Detroit, they've just been stupid now. He goes, the news sure has commanded a lot of attention. I hope you all don't trade your excitement in.
Oh, for God's sake. Please don't.
Did you see that the Panthers guy that you get on... Oh, is it Panthers guy? No, not Dave, but the other guy that we get on is going to be a scout for the East-West Shrine Bowl.
That's really cool.
Gerald's already a scout.
But he's been hired by East-West Shrine
Yeah,
He released that news today on his Twitter.
yeah,
It was
yeah.
really cool.
He's a defensive line coach. But yeah, I love Gerald. We're gonna have him back on soon. So, well, I hope. We're gonna have him back on for the HBCU show. That's what it must have meant because he said he's busy from August onwards, but I'm gonna still try and get him. But yeah, he knows everything there is to know. He's such a great guy. I'm glad that's happened for him. I need to message him and congratulate him. Actually,
It was Gerald, wasn't it? I'm not going mad.
well, we have Gerald and Dave on, so
Well, I think it was Gerald, but let me just double check. There was someone.
Gerald's the scout. Dave's not a scout. Dave has his uber popular show with Rashad. Have you seen their shows recently?
No.
They've been doing their shows from Panthers practice. They've gotten to speak to loads of people there. Their show is really popular.
That's cool.
And it's really cool. Him and Rashad are really good at what they do.
I don't know what Gerald's Twitter is. Do you know offhand? Is it Gerald Huggins?
Yeah. Coach Huggins.
Coach Huggins. Be joining the Lincoln PA University. Oh, that was from July the 30th. Or maybe it wasn't him. There we go. Yes, joining the East-West Shrine Bowl as a scouting assistant. That came out 4 hours ago. It's really cool for him.
That's cool. Hopefully he'll come on and chat to us when the season's done as well. Be able to quiz him on that a bit.
Quirky, are you teasing something or are you just playing about?
That'll be playing about.
I hope it is playing about because I would go nuts if it was that. So Quirky Zerky has just said we traded a 3rd round pick for Barkley, but he said he's just throwing out ideas. And then David Roper said no, it's Matt Barkley.
Nah, come on. We talk about trading for players. There's obviously one guy we've got to get. Justin Tucker.
Dan Pass just said Timothy Ray Brandon is really pushing the Chase Young trade. That is the prevailing stuff on Twitter at the moment, is that it's Chase Young. Chris Brett makes a good point in a comment on one of our tweets saying the suspension being dropped or lowered would require the NFL to admit that they were wrong, and I can't see that happening. And I buy that school of thought.
Oh, no, they can admit they were wrong. We've got so many apology letters after games about how refs got made mistakes in our games. So they can admit they're wrong. It's just usually way after the fact.
I feel like we're not going to get it anytime soon. Don't do the oh god, Ash.
No, it's not. It's not even about this. Natalie Portman and husband separate after his humiliating affair with a 25-year-old.
Did you see Dan's? Sorry, did you see Dan's update restating which player it was? Because I thought it was the other one.
Oh yeah, I saw.
I really hope that isn't right.
It's not the correct one.
I hope that's wrong. Oh, Jesus Christ. More beer. More beer, please.
No, this is still all full rumour.
Brian Shook said, what's in the box? This is...
What's in the box?
But this is also Schrodinger's trade. Isn't it? Sorry, you're the classics person, so you'll tell me why I'm wrong about that, but...
Schrodinger, that's physics.
Schrodinger's physics.
Exactly. If you want to talk about boxes, it'd be Pandora's box. It wasn't
no,
even a box.
Schrodinger was a philosopher.
He's a scientist as well.
It's a thought experiment. It's a thought experiment. It's actually one of the few things about physics. So Schrodinger's box is about you have a cat in a box.
We know what it's about.
It's basically about how you can particles until you observe them. They're in two different states. And until you observe them, they cannot be in one solid state. They're in two places at once because you can only observe their speed or the position. You can't observe both. So that's what
So
it's about. It's
someone's
about
just-
hyper position.
So someone's just made a good point. You know, Alvin was meeting with Roger on Friday to get his suspension reduced, and that was when JMO missed practice. So was it a case of several guys went there, you know, to plead their case, and suspensions have been reduced for certain things? Because in the NFL's case, it's not admitting they made a mistake with JMO. It's admitting that maybe the rules need to be, the rules can be fine-tuned a little bit, in the wording, the classification of it, because he's not technically done anything wrong, but he has technically violated the rules. But, it's just a case of, oh, this is sort of an incident we've not had before. It's kind of a bit silly. Let's adjust this. Then it's nobody's wrong. It's just a situation that's happened and won't happen again. So maybe he did go at the same time that Alvin went, and of course his was already pending. JMO's has already been passed. Maybe they've needed a little longer to think about his.
Yeah.
Tom's got the Family Guy quote. I love it. Chase Young is Chase Young, but a mystery box could be anything. It could even be Chase Young.
So Riz has tweeted, "We did get our regular season credentials approval email today. That and signing a bad backup OT is all I got going on that I know of. I watched some college CBs today that made me do eyes emoji, but I was solo for it, lol."
I love Jeff. He is who he is, and he's
Yeah.
unashamedly himself, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Did he watch Ventral Cyprus?
Quirky Cirky's saying he wants Terry McLaurin, not Chase Young.
I'll take Terry, to be honest. He's he's been a very productive receiver for them, despite all the different quarterbacks have had. But at the same time, he signed a 3-year extension last season.
Cromon's won the chat. Schrodinger's Detroit Lions. Their upcoming season is both Super Bowl champs and 0-17 until observed.
I like that. I like that very much.
That's kind of what I meant about this trade. This isn't real until we find out what it is. It could be nothing, and it could be everything. That was meant to be the implication of what I was talking about.
So until proven otherwise, I can say that Mike Evans is hidden in that box as a Detroit Lion until I observe otherwise.
I mean, if you want to talk about
it is what you want it to be until it isn't.
Maybe it could be a newly single Natalie Portman.
There was a joke about that from Shook earlier on in the show. Is she actually single, is she?
I think she is, yeah.
Good job. Cool.
I've got the box here ready.
I do love some Natalie Portman. Apparently MCDC was on on Pat McAfee today.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, he well, they were discussing him because I saw him scrolling through. They were discussing the
Oh, I didn't know. I only saw the stuff.
It's a 3-minute video, and it says this is awesome from MCDC. Maybe he wasn't on the show. Maybe he was just discussing something he said.
He was discussing. I think he was discussing the hang on,
lying on the sideline.
Quirky Zerky corrects me. They were talking about him, but he wasn't on.
Yeah, here we go. I've got the thing. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, I don't actually know what they were saying, and I'm not listening to it because we're talking, but I'll watch it afterwards.
So it's a thing. Dan Combel will smoke and chew at the same time. He was brutally honest. He knows the expectation is going to be a thing. He's talking to Bobby Carpenter, who's supposedly a 7-year NFL linebacker, but I don't remember him off the top of my head.
CJ Ekman just said, I feel like we're going to be let down big time. It feels like that.
Shall I tweet Rappaport, see if he'll respond to me? What's going on, Ian?
Oh, come on. Ian Rappaport got no clue. He don't know nothing. Taib is probably hitting the nail on the head as well. On our Discord, he said, part of me thinks it can't be Jameson because Schefter or Pelissero would just come out and say it.
Yeah.
They get, yeah. The thing is, none of the national writers have got anything. And it doesn't just involve us if it's a trade, so... Oh God. Yes, Brett, I will go to sleep with visions of Mike Evans dancing in a Lions uniform. Or more like getting a touchdown as he burns past Jair Alexander and leaves him in the dust as we're beating the Packers 50-0 at Lambeau Field. That'll be my view while I sleep.
I'll come back.
Honestly, though, for this level of whatever's gone on, I'm accepting nothing less than that if I'm going to be happy.
The people on Pride of Detroit speculating what it possibly could be is quite funny. Nick Bosa is a Lion. Straight trade Hutchinson for Thibodeau. Barry is coming out of retirement. J-Mo and a first for Devontae Adams. Goff for Stafford. There's some mad fuckers around, boys.
Oh, yeah. This is. I need coffee. I've had coffee in too long. God damn it, just get it out the way and tell me if it's a joke. Then I can go and get more coffee. I saw that earlier though. George Pickens, my respect for him has gone up.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
He had Calvin as his number one wide receiver of all time, I saw earlier. And it's like there's a lot of lists on recently that don't have Calvin in the top 5, and it's like, okay.
And you say this, but did you see whose number 5 is?
I don't know.
Michael bloody Crabtree.
Hey, Michael Crabtree was a good. Was he Cardinals?
I loved Michael Crabtree. He was 49ers was where he made his money, wasn't it?
Well, he made his money by being famous for snatching Akeem Talib's chain twice.
I thought he was Cardinals. Crabtree.
Yeah, he was
Raiders and 49ers.
Yeah, Raiders and 49ers.
He was a 49er drafted in 2009, then was an Oakland Raider in 2015, then went to Baltimore for a season, and then he played 2 games for the Arizona Cardinals in 2019.
Oh. That'd be where I remember him.
So yeah,
not the rest of his uber successful career.
He played 11 years in the league, with 2 ended very early by injury. And he has 7,500 yards. I loved watching him play because you just knew that he was going to be a factor. He would never destroy you, but you would have to account for him every time.
That'll be why you remember him on the Cardinals, because he played 2 games for them. One of those games
was against the Lions.
Was the week 1 tie against them in overtime.
Might be them.
That was a rubbish game.
Rubbish.
I don't like no rubbish.
Grandize's new favourite word, rubbish.
Can't get that all that rubbish.
Yes, Brent Evans would be great to line up against the Chiefs. Brian goes, is it that Carlos has been let go by the news? I would celebrate that.
So would I.
That would be enough for this.
Let's celebrate. These are the good times. Mike said, did you hear the DLP episode? Everyone on the Lion stuff was really uncomfortable. Asked some questions about where J-Mo was and why he wasn't at camp. So, I didn't really take that away from the interviews. What I did take was basically that every time someone asks something that they don't want to answer, they're just not going to. And that could be for so many different reasons. With Mosley and the rumoured second surgery that he's had or anything like that, I just think if they've decided they're not going to talk about something, that they won't. And I don't think it's necessarily sinister. It could just be personal. So, maybe, but I don't think it's necessarily implicating that, personally. But, I don't know.
I reckon they're just fed up of people asking about J-Mo, because there have been so many stupid questions about him that they're just getting fed up.
J-Mo doesn't deserve any of the hate that he's getting is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I almost can't stand it. It's shit. And like, it's like people want the Lions to fail so much.
Yeah.
Like they want the Lions to. No, it's even worse than that. They want the Lions to succeed so much that anything aside of perfection is an absolute disaster, and it's to be lamented. And the thing is, the beautiful thing about this Lions team is its togetherness, the willingness to get up when they fall down, to pick each other up when you get knocked down. This team is so against that level of behaviour that the fans that are complaining about that sort of thing, which are not the majority of fans, they're so away from what the ethos of the team is. This team picks each other up, and we try to do that as what we do too, in terms of Ant and Ash and whatever, but the people that do what we do, Pride of Detroit and Lions Wire and M Live and all of these guys, personally, I've made it a mission to try and hype them up. Because why would you not make everyone look good around you? Because that just makes everything feel fucking great. Like, everyone has a positive mentality, and I just absolutely love it. And when we all tear each other down, it's a race to the bottom, and that just makes a toxic environment. That's what we've rooted out of this team. And every time you have a press conference with a player, that shines through 100%. That these players are happy to be here, love these guys, love these coaches. You never hear a bad word about another player or another coach about any of these people. A couple of people who've left go, ooh, rah, rah, rah. But you never hear it about any of the guys here. They're of the same mentality, and I can't stand the fans that would seek to tear down some player because he's not perfect. Sorry about my rant. I just wanted to say it.
All right.
Matt's rants.
I'm not anti-fans, I'm just anti-toxic fans.
I thought you were going to do an OnlyFans joke then.
And you can follow me on OnlyFans at... Mile Mark said, if I recall right, they shook out some of the professional staff too. You're damn right. They did. They very much did. Brent said, first time your show has drained my phone battery so much I have to plug in the charger.
Appreciate you staying. I'm surprised so many people are still here. So thank you for
to be honest, there are more people watching us now than there were during the show.
Wow. Maybe we need to like do something different.
To say, the Bears have copied us. They've signed a William and Mary offensive lineman.
Good for them.
Lachlan Pitts.
I'm sure it'll work out. Oh, I do love George Pickens, so everything he did last year vindicated the view that he was going to be a big-time player. Mike the Marine has sent in a question and said, can you please remind me of the new NFL rule changes? The only one that I'm aware of at the moment, off the top of my head, is the fair catch rule on kickoffs. If you catch the ball on a kickoff behind the 25-yard line and call fair catch, it automatically moves to the 25 regardless of where you are. You don't need to be in the end zone. But is there any other...
The third QB rule.
Yes, third QB rule. So if you have a third quarterback on the 53-man roster, they do not have to be part of the active 48-man team. They can still be called upon if the first and second quarterback are both out due to injury or otherwise incapacitated, like they've been ejected. So it can't be preference. If they're playing badly, you still have to play QB1 or QB2. But if they are injured or ejected, then you can play an inactive quarterback that's on the main roster.
Our own Ryan McCluskey's got it on Twitter. Detroit Lions 2024 Pac-12 champions. Heard it here first.
There's big competition, I've heard.
I don't know. You know, that Stanford team are pretty shite.
Ash, what you got for us, man?
I have no idea what's going on with my video. The under 2 minutes, their play clock will be set to 40 seconds instead of 25, blah, blah, blah. All fail fourth down conversions will be subject to an automatic booth review. So that's good for us. the use of helmet, it's if only one foot comes off instead of both, and you like target, you get caught for that. Tripping is now 15-yard penalty. That's about it, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, and obviously the number 0 rule.
So there we go.
Those are the big ones because everyone knows about like you've always said the fair catch one, and then flex scheduling for Thursday Night Football. We don't care about because we've already got both of ours, so it doesn't really affect us.
We want all the Thursday night games.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's one tiny little sub one. For any handoff on a read option play, the quarterback must hand the ball to a runner either parallel or behind him. Anything in front of the quarterback will be classified as a legal forward pass and penalized 5 yards. But again, we won't really be running like read options and that much, will we?
Well, I'll say Lion King in the chat. JMO's going to play loads in preseason. Wouldn't surprise me if he played the full game. But he is going to play the equivalent of at least a couple of full games, I reckon, because he's got to sit out for 6 weeks. So that's a long time. So
I think you'll get a half in all three.
I think he'll see significant reps.
Ash, you just made a sound.
Richard Sherman is the new host on Undisputed with Skip Bayless. Just came out.
Oh, and you thought Shannon was bad with him. Richard Sherman's going to be like, I give them a week before they kill one another. That is purely designed for ratings, that is. So those arguments, I can't see them having like one socialized chat together. Skip's way too direct and ill-informed on his opinions to deal with someone like Richard Sherman. And does Richard Sherman like talking about LeBron James? Because Skip sure does.
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
He's a player that I want to see play before he retires. Because I got to see Kobe. And I got to see Dwight. I really want to see LeBron. But it's about whether I can get to a game or not. I wonder if there'll be an LA game when we're out for the draft.
You what?
I wonder if there'll be a Lakers game when we're out for the draft in Detroit that I can hop on a flight to, because I'm desperate to see LeBron before he retires.
Aren't the Lakers coming to Paris this year for the Paris game?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, the prices for that are going to be ridiculous, though. I'd rather fly to America.
I mean, more expensive than a flight to America and all the game stuff there?
They'll probably be like $500 to $1,000 a ticket, I would imagine.
Well, $500 gets you the flight to America.
True.
You can drive to France. You can drive to Paris from here.
Oh, wow. There are some fucking idiots on Twitter. Someone said, we don't even need Chase Young Lamau, which is fine. And then the response to that, saying, to be fair, we don't even need Penne. And it's like, the fuck are you on about? Why would you say that?
I think someone's just fishing.
Fucking arse gravy, that is. Yeah, no one has any idea. Every single thing I read is like, you don't have a clue.
Speculation, exactly.
I'm fried. Brent said LeBron, the third greatest basketball player in history. We really going to do this right now? Because I'm not a big basketball guy, but
I don't know enough to have opinions on.
So, I mean, there's one guy who's obviously going to be ahead of that, which is going to be Jordan. So are you saying that Kobe is also above that? Is it Kobe, or are you going for someone like Wilt, or...
I just find the American obsession with this so... It's like why not just admit they're two fantastic basketball players and enjoy them rather than try and bring... Because there's like diehard cults on both sides of it who try and drag the other player down and diminish his achievement. And it's like...
It's not like there's
Oh,
football fans that won't do that with Messi versus Ronaldo.
I
I
appreciate
agree
them
that.
both who they are. And it's like... It's nowhere near as bad, I don't think.
The thing is, there's
Yeah.
such nuances in both arguments that the arguments are pointless in themselves. The Messi-Ronaldo debate, Messi is, for me, clearly the best naturally gifted footballer ever. But
Yeah.
Ronaldo has made the absolute most of his talent through maximum effort. And through that, his results have potentially been greater. Now,
I mean, which one has a World Cup and which one doesn't?
okay, but that has come down to where he's born. So what? He's won a Euros. Like, what do you want to say? Like, Ronaldo has enough accolades to be in the conversation.
Yeah, they're both in the conversation, but for me, it's Messi.
But the thing is, I'm not sure that Messi does it through maximum effort. So,
I mean, it's when Messi was playing football at the streets of Argentina without any boots on at the age of 5, and that was Ronaldo has all the physique. I admit, Ronaldo physically great footballer. Messi's small. That guy definitely had to get where he was through effort. This Messi is tiny, is light, and yet managed to get himself on the biggest stage of the world and get himself into that conversation. Ronaldo was born in with a better physique and that. I agree, he's definitely had the effort in that, but to say Messi hasn't had effort as well is
but I don't mean that. But what I mean is, like, you don't see Messi massively tracking back, making defensive plays when you do see Ronaldo doing that, at least at the latter part of his career. Ronaldo didn't do a huge amount of that at Madrid, but he has done that subsequently.
I apologise, folks. Apparently we do argue just as much over it here. So
yeah.
Thank you two, for just
completely... There we go. Anyway, hi to Eminem, who's in the chat.
Oh, Mr. Slim Shady, thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Yeah, Chromon just said, I'm sure that Pride of Detroit's chat tonight is just going to be constant questions about what's going on. And Jeremy's going to be like, calm down, everyone, please. We're not saying anything. Calm down. We don't know anything. And everyone's going to be like, announce Chase Young. Announce Chase Young.
Yeah.
Michael Lucci's just said, are you trying to get viewer numbers back down? I mean, always, but you know.
Well, Pride of Detroit stream will have started now, won't it? So.
But yeah, Brent said Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, his top 2 in NBA history. I see it. I mean, there's so many players in that sort of in NBA history who are up there in terms of best player ever. Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has got to be up there.
Hey, we got the real Eminem in the chat.
So, Dan Pask just said, what news would you guys want to be true? What is your dream scenario?
Trade for Mike Evans.
Yeah, trade for Mike Evans, Donald, Jones, Dexter Lawrence, Mahomes, Herbert.
What would I like?
Josh Allen.
I think the dream has to be Aaron Donald, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No.
The Rams are going nowhere. Despite having Stafford, they don't have a team of any value. They just traded away Jalen Ramsey. They're a rebuilding team. They just tried to trade Matthew Stafford. Them selling assets has to be in consideration. I feel like it's semi-realistic. But you'd have to pay at least 2 firsts for a player who might retire soon. So I almost don't want it to happen because I feel like we'd be chucking our future away for it. But at the same time, it'd be pretty hype. Chromon just says Chris Jones trade would be baller. Mike the Marine just said Cup. But we've got Amon-Ra, who long term is going to be a bigger piece. In a similar position. As much as Cooper's a fun guy, we don't need him. And he's injured, apparently. Oh, bugger off, Matt Derry.
What?
I've just seen what Ash posted in the Discord, and it's Matt Derry saying, could there be a new backup quarterback in Detroit? And it's like, well, yeah, maybe, but if it is, I don't care. Chromon says Cup overrated. And I mean, the thing is, Cup may now be overrated after being restricted last year and being injured now. But his Triple Crown season was ridiculously good. And that was only 2 years ago. Is Cooper Cup 30, is he?
Yeah, it's getting there.
Cooper Cup is 30 years old. Shit.
I feel like we've got our Cooper here.
Yeah, we have. We got
Amon-Ra.
Amon-Ra. We don't need anyone else. Oh, only got one shot here. One opportunity.
Okay, Eminem.
And space. This is
I knew
everything you
exactly
ever
what you were
wanted.
quoting.
Mike Evans. Recapture it. Or just let it... Yeah.
Oh, but I mean, but Madden's coming out soon, and you can always do it on there.
Do what?
Madden's coming out soon. You can go on there and do the trade yourself if you want.
I have
Oh,
got
best
Game
team in
Pass,
the
so
league.
I will be getting it. 15th of August, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the 3 days early edition, I think.
Yeah, oh, with that as well, I think you get a couple. I don't know how much you're into Ultimate Team. You get a couple of Ultimate Team packs as well.
Yeah.
To start
I'm not
boosting
a
up
big...
the squad.
I like Ultimate Team on EA FC, but I don't like it on Madden.
Yeah.
It just doesn't
Madden's
work
just
as a
horrible.
format.
Yeah. Yeah, and what people do is they find like the 5 broken plays on offense, just run them all the time.
Yeah.
So I remember the time it was 3 years ago in the Madden World Championship final, a guy put a punter at quarterback because the punter was left-handed, and he'd found out that if you have a left-handed quarterback, their hands off are a couple of frames a second faster than right-handed quarterbacks. So he was just handing off the ball and just using glitchy plays to win.
His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on the sweater already. Mom's spaghetti is nervous. Anyway,
You saying this keeps reminding me I need to go to that new restaurant that's up here in Knott's that's like Detroit pizza.
How the times change. He started off this evening singing He's 17, now he's finishing it off rapping Eminem.
To be honest, I think there are much better Eminem songs than Lose Yourself. Not my favourite.
Guilty Conscience is my favourite one.
Guilty Conscience is great. But anything on the Marshall Mathers LP is legit.
I don't know. I really love his stuff when he's part of Bad Meets Evil with Royce. Those two are just fucking fire. And that's like a decade ago now. That's going back some time.
So, Marshall Mathers LP, where are we? 2000, which was his second LP. It's Marshall Mathers LP, not EP. Marshall Mathers LP, second LP, and he had 3 EPs before that. That's nuts. This is a public service announcement brought to you by Slim Shady.
Oh, Fastlane is such a good song, Brian.
Slim
Royce
Shady.
Royce does body him on it, but they're both fucking fantastic. But that is a freaking A-star song. That is.
Slim Shady does not give a fuck what you think. Little did he know, upon buying this album, you have just kissed his ass. And he's going to kill
I
you.
feel very young now.
I never knew I... I never knew I... Oh. Yeah, I might listen to that after this. Fulham since 1879, who I haven't seen message us before on Twitch, but doesn't say he's a new tweeter, and it says that he's subscribed with Prime, so either I've missed him or it's a name change. But anyway, it says, do you see the Lions trading for someone without spending a first? I find it hard to see the Lions trading their first when the draft is in Detroit next year. I do not think that Brad Holmes is going to give two shits about where the draft is next year. If he perceives the draft to be value, he is going to pull the trigger without hesitation. However, I don't think he's going to do it without it being huge. If he can make a big move by doing it for a second or a third, that's fine. And like Ant said, we've got 19 million in cap. If someone is going to be potentially a casualty for a low value trade but a big name player, then maybe you don't need to spend the draft capital. So, there's lots of different whatever. Lots of different.
Speaking on that, I found the pitch. So that, hang on, where's my camera? That's the mural in this new restaurant that's opened up in Nottingham City Centre.
Cool.
So I've got to go. I keep forgetting. Maybe you guys need to come up here. That'll give me an excuse to go. Oh, is nothing happening?
So Bobby Hart, we've been asked about by Mike. So Bobby Hart, 6'5", 310 pounds. He was drafted by the Giants in 2015. He was a right tackle and played 33 games for the Giants, starting 21. Then moved to Cincinnati, where he was the starting right tackle for 3 seasons. Then moved to Buffalo and Tennessee in 2021, and then stayed at Buffalo through 2022. He played 15 games, but didn't start any last year. So he is a backup right tackle with guard flexibility.
Yep. He is basically Jermaine Ifedi 2.0.
I will take Jermaine Ifedi, thank you.
Same. So would I, and that's me saying it when Hart, because I know he drafted him from Florida State. Hart, if you can't remember, he was on Bengals. The Bengals O-line at that time was horrific. He was like definition of like 32nd best tackle in those times. But still, we obviously we want to test the lower level depth against the Giants, and that'll give him a chance. I mean, we've got Darren Paolo, Matt Nelson, and that on the roster.
It just makes me cry when I think of who's on our roster, the offensive tackle. So,
I mean, Eze is supposedly getting some really good reviews. So my take this season that he could potentially take over as OT 3-4 could come true.
I'm just going to shout out there, by the way, congratulations to Sweater Patel, who's one of the best follows on Twitter for Lions fans, who got her US citizenship today. And World of Isaac and Glitter Vandit attended the ceremony with her. That's really cool. Congrats. Oh, right. At some point, I am going to
call it.
I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it a 1:30.
Okay.
So we're going to stay online, folks, for another 7 minutes, and then we'll just be suffering like the rest of you.
So you can be sure that in 8 minutes, whatever it is drops.
I'd love it to be JMO, actually, now. Now we've waited this long, if it is JMO, it'd be a slight letdown, and yet it'd be massive for the Lions.
So Richard Sherman's only going to be doing 50 shows a year with
50 to be between a 50 and 100.
So they must
But
be
then
getting
also-
they must be getting like rotating guys in so that they don't do enough to be pissed off by. That's actually quite sensible.
True,
Getting
but
guys
then
who
you
could
did.
have like a skipped detox.
Yeah, but did you see what our links afterwards in the Discord? Richard Sherman famously went on ESPN's First Take in 2013 and endlessly trash talk Skip Bayless. In my 24 years of life, I'm better at life than you.
I remember that. That was funny. Oh, Liverpool beat Darmstadt today. That's our twin town from Chesterfield. Darmstadt.
We've had a god-awful pre-season. Some of our players have looked good, but we've basically lost most games. I'm starting to think that I'm worried we won't even be in the conversation for Champions League this year.
Oh. Is it bad to say that I think we could be?
No, I think that's fair.
Like, I don't want to hype up our midfield so much, like to the extent, but oh my god, like Tillemans has looked like a revelation. DRB, some of our signings have been great, and then some of our youth players as well. Like, so there's a guy called Jaden Philogene for dates, went on, he's at loan at Cardiff the past couple of seasons. Like, he's played so well. Like, we've said no, we're not loaning him out, we're not selling him now. He's going to be part of the first team squad. This is a guy like this time like a couple of months ago, even I was thinking sell him to a championship club because he's like 23, 24. So I'm excited, and then it'll come to like 7:30, 8 o'clock on Saturday night after we've lost to Newcastle at St James's, and I'll be very sad.
I kind of worry for you, Ash, this year. I mean, you got Villa, you got Florida State, who should like be winning the ACC, and then you've got the Lions. This could either be like the best season in history or enough to test your faith seriously. If all three of them fuck up this year, I'm going
to be. You're going to have a load of jokes to say.
No, because if the Lions fuck up, I'll not be making any jokes at all because I'll be depressed myself.
True.
Florida State screw up, then that's fine, but not the Lions. I'm not prepared to live in a world where the Lions don't do well this season. That's like how big this season is to me. I mean,
like, I know you don't really follow recruiting, but we've got like something like the number 4 recruiting class now for next year.
Well, they got like number 2 or something this year, don't they? This year's
so hang on. So I was looking. It's Georgia's number 1, even though we've just stole one of their 5-star recruits. 24. So maybe it's 247 because they're the ones I use most.
Pretty high up this year. The class they've got.
Mike the Marine just said the rumour could be there's a team who's cutting a player, but we're working on a trade and just waiting on compensation to be agreed. But then followed up with saying, but I still like the JMO reduced penalty as most likely.
You know what? I would quite happily take JMO's suspension getting wiped out for this. That's big. That's huge.
3 minutes.
Yeah. Either one of those. JMO's suspension got a Mike Evans arriving, I'll take.
It'll probably be midnight our time, won't it? We'll wait half an hour and that'll happen.
As I say, I'm scrolling through and I'm just seeing, to talk about colleges, just seeing someone tweet about Joe Milton. I'm not on that. So someone asked this reporter, you heard any stats on Joe Milton's touchdown interception ratio in camp? And he's gone, I'm not allowed to share the actual number, but I will say Joe Milton throws the ball so hard it may be impossible to intercept him.
Wouldn't that mean it would be impossible to catch his passes?
Exactly, yes. Thank you, exactly.
McSperiment just said he hopped over to Pride of Detroit's Twitch to see if they would discuss the rumours on the break. Jeremy said if he had news to break, he would. If he had news that had yet to be substantiated, he would not. And it
Eric's
sounds like that's where it's at.
Eric's just tweeted, here's the deal. I expect something to happen, but I haven't been able to get it confirmed in the way I want to, so I'm not reporting anything until that unfolds. We're not there yet. So don't think anything's going to be announced anytime soon.
There we go.
All right.
Bottom.
Let's quickly, just the Joe Milton hype's going to kill me this year. I already hate it. Dude's a scrub right at this moment in time and has earned nothing. I will not have this hype train go off about him until he does something.
Same.
There are much more deserving quarterbacks out there, including JT.
Rappaport's just tweeted, The Lions are signing Teddy Bridgewater after a recent visit to Detroit, sources tell me, and Mike Garofalo, a new backup QB. The fucking eye emojis were about Teddy bloody Bridgewater.
Oh, fuck my life. There we go.
Fuck
we
me.
have it on air. Teddy Bridgewater, new quarterback too.
There we go.
Great.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
Screw everybody. Screw everybody who hyped this up on Twitter. All those. Bye, Nate Sudfeld. It was nice knowing you.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, Colin Pounce has pretty much confirmed that this was it. He's just retweet. Yeah, and Eric has just retweet, quote tweeted the Rappaport tweet and said, "Well, surprise, I guess it is that." Yeah, both him and Colin Pouncey have confirmed that it's the
That was not worth
Teddy.
it.
That was really not fucking worth it.
We stayed on for an extra hour and 45 minutes for Teddy.
I'm honestly really disappointed.
Right.
Who's going to get cut though? Is it Martin? He's probably Sudfeld.
No, Martinez. Martinez will go.
Don't worry, Brent. My faith will never waver either. It's just
the thing is, it is an upgrade in a position of need. It's just not what it was hyped to be. Right.
Exactly.
Let's get out of here, shall we?
Yep.
Folks, it's been good chatting with you these past 4 hours. If you are still here throughout the entire thing, appreciate you guys. You're the absolute best. Thank you for all of the subscriptions, donations, and super chats and super stickers. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Have a great week. Join us for the college show midweek. Join us for the live, join us for the live stream of the preseason game on Friday night, and we'll see you soon. If you're on Twitch, hang on and we'll raid Pride Detroit. Bye, guys. Bye.
See ya.
Yeah.